Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center to continue our coverage. Just looking at some different things right now here in the Weather Center. I know tornado watch continuing until 6 o'clock or so here as we're looking toward parts of northern Florida. Even I'll take off the radar so you get a better look at things. A couple southeastern Georgia counties under this as well. And we just got a severe thunderstorm warning issued as we're looking toward parts of Duval County. So getting into toward Duval County right now, you're seeing the polygon in play, central Nassau, northern Duval, and south central Camden until 5 o'clock. The movement east at about 45 miles an hour for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds here and nickel-size hail. So Fernandina Beach, Callahan, Jacksonville International Airport, Yulee, Cisco Gardens, Nassau Village, Ratliff, as well as Ocean Way, Little Talbot Island, and Fort Caroline, all under this warning. And the hail potential has kind of dropped off. The hail potential has dropped off some, which is good news, but there's still some pretty significant hail showing up here overall as we kind of look. I know the one warning to the south was for higher hail potential, but that's kind of fallen off some on our algorithms. I'll move this over. You can see earlier, if you were watching our coverage a little while ago, I kind of pointed this out and talk about it a little bit, where you kind of see that white area there on our hail track. That is indicative of hail close potentially to about 4 inches in diameter or so, which is extraordinary. Hopefully we didn't see that, but there was a warning for baseball size hail as we get a continuation of the tornado watch here for parts of our area, talking about Baker, Columbia, Duval, Hamilton, Nassau, Suwannee, and Eccles. So they did just clear out some of the southeastern Georgia counties, in fact. So that's some interesting news there as we're seeing the accent kind of conglomerate a little bit more down toward the south. And you see here, moving in toward Nassau County, we gave you this warning here. Luckily, it's not as intense, but still could have some pretty big hail in the other cell here, moving toward Callahan. So let's go ahead and go to our analyzer here. I mean, it's all relative in that an inch-size hail plus is still a pretty big deal for this area, but it's not the level maybe we were seeing on our radar just a little while ago, but still high confidence in an inch-size hail. And moving into toward parts of Duval and Nassau counties here, a little bit further from Nassau, obviously. You're already seeing that in western Nassau. We're talking about further off into Nassau, and then Duval, of course, starting to enter into the county area there now. So, again, watching things very carefully. You see here our black on reflectivity. That's not what you want to see, but there's not as much of it. But you still see some areas of lower values, and that's indicative of some hail occurring. You're now seeing that enter into Duval County here. Alone, it looks like a 301. So getting some hail moving toward Ratliff here now, and getting close to Jacksonville Airport. It'll be interesting to hear the observations there, as different reports from the Panhandle indicate some water covering some roads there. Even still seeing some more of those reports come in as things pretty nasty out that way. So again, tracking things here up toward Nassau County, though. You see Hilliard getting through some of the worst of this. Worst hail that looks to be moving right into toward Callahan right now here, into toward Nassau County, and then again getting closer to the airport. Let's go ahead and track this off here as we're looking. Looks like the movement again east at 45 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and put a storm track on this. As we look at the southern side, you see areas around the airport here in the next 15 minutes or so. Further up, you kind of get the idea here. We'll be tracking this as we get toward areas of Nassau around Fernandina Beach, for instance, here over the next half hour or so. The warning does go until 5 o'clock. It's 4:24 right now. Continuing our severe weather coverage with the nastiness moving in some higher populated areas, and right now things a little bit lower in that severe criteria, but it's still a severe situation. Still have that lightning around as well, so you got to take it seriously. Inch-size hail, high confidence in that range at least, is something you don't get around here too often. So seeing some of that on our Doppler technology here in toward our area, and you see some wind showing up here as well. This is something noteworthy here west of Ratliff, right near the airport. So I might get an observation here pretty soon to back this up. It'll be interesting to see what they get there, because this is headed right toward the airport vicinity, really. I mean, you see the airport right near, and this track has it getting there within about the next 10 minutes or so toward the airport. So I gotta be inside and away from windows there. I mean, this is a little behind even, because it analyzes things a little bit further than our other tools. So it does a better job displaying things, but sometimes it makes it run a little behind. So already probably talking about some of this wind around Ratliff. I know we've got some pretty high winds, even where I'm at down towards Stark. Getting toward, it looks like about 22 miles an hour a little while ago, and that's just the nature of things here, folks. I mean, with the overall setup here, so getting that wind even without the rain around is, you just got your radar scan update. Let's watch for any rotation that could evolve. Not seeing too much of that, but maybe really broad rotation in here. So getting to some higher populated areas near the Jacksonville airport, not downtown necessarily, but as we look toward the south, the accent down there not as robust. I know we're looking at some other tools we have at our disposal as well, which can be helpful here. Some of that stuff, I don't want to get too far into it because it's pretty complicated, but it's something that can kind of help you when you're behind the scenes analyzing things. We don't necessarily need to use that on the air there, but again, talking about 1.25 inch size hail there on the warning that continues for parts of Baker, Nassau, and Charlton until 4:45. So let's go ahead and come back on camera now. We'll go ahead and switch me back on over to the wall, and you can see the hail threat we've been watching. It's weakening on down some now. I know, again, the storm to the south, so significant. I mean, our radar was going 3.62 inches in diameter for hail, and this is the one that underdoes stuff to more reasonable level here. So that's about the highest I've ever seen in our area. It has to be the highest I've ever seen in our area for hail size on this software in parts of Hamilton County, which got pretty nasty storming that's moving on through there a little while ago. So watching the north here, the hail track continuing, but smaller hail now, but that wind potential got to be something to watch as well. And speaking of the winds, I know we've had some power outages around. Been continuing our coverage here. We've been on since about 9 o'clock this morning with tornado warnings entering towards southwestern Georgia. Keeping everybody safe, and we have several more hours to go if you're just kind of tuning in. So let's go ahead and switch you on over to our power outage map right now. And you see Hamilton County, that storm really exploding over Jasper. We saw a lowering in the CC values for hail, and maybe something else. It's hard to say, but forward, some hail potential for sure that moved on through there with some high winds. As we get over there, you see about 1,000 customers in the dark, according to the people that are measured here by this. But again, could be higher than that because some customers aren't necessarily measured in these counties. So that's something to take into consideration as well. You see Columbia County, 342 customers in the dark there. It's not too many there, but Madison, 720, 314 in Jefferson. Some toward the coast. You might get a few power outages here and there with the winds being up out ahead of things as well, but just continuing to watch. Again, you're seeing parts of Nassau County, as we talked about, get into the action now. So that's something that's worth noting for sure. Let's go ahead and switch back on over. You're seeing right there near Callahan, pretty nasty storm on the edge of being severe right now, which is at least some good news, but still watching it move on through in Nassau County as roadway covered in the water out toward Bonifay. We talked about that. And speaking of the rest of the area, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't want to forget about this because it's pretty easy to forget about with the stuff closer to here toward our primary zones. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning within a severe thunderstorm watch for the Blakely area here. And this does continue until 4:45. Some damaging winds possible in this vicinity. Less of a tornado threat overall, but even though we have the watch in play for a thunderstorm type condition around, we do have tornado warnings popping toward the west with some isolated storms. So you just never know here. Things can be unpredictable on us. I mean, the tornado threat overall toward the west is a little lower, but you still see some of that popping in the latest outlook, which is interesting. Nonetheless, that's kind of something that, looking at here, I had it up a little while ago, but I didn't really analyze it. But you see they have that out there. But generally, that would equate to a tornado watch. But they decided to go with the thunderstorm watch here. But a discrete cell here near Thomasville in Alabama that could be producing a tornado. That's just interesting and kind of dangerous to be having discrete storms like that evolving. Let's check our tornado parameters, though, and they're pretty low there. But you can just watch. I know we don't have as much instability down toward the south, but we have some trying to creep back in despite the core temperatures. That's the reason they more than likely issued a thunderstorm watch, and that the parameters just not coming into play here as much because of some of that cooling. But still going to have to worry about some nasty action moving toward Albany. I mean, you see that heading toward Dougherty County over the next little bit. Blakely there, Morgan getting into some of this. Blakely really getting the hardest hit at the moment. Getting hardest hit at the moment, but we're looking at this on our other tool as well. Let's check for wind energy here, and there's quite a bit of it over Blakely. So let's zoom back into that area on this software right there near, it looks like South Main Street, getting into this wind energy for sure there in the ward parts of Early County. We're talking about Early County here about, I guess, 8 hours ago or so, and we're doing it again right now for a more straight line wind potential, but you can't rule out a quick spin up within a severe thunderstorm warning or a severe thunderstorm watch. So we'll be watching definitely for that potential here off toward the west. As we go ahead now and switch you back on over to our analyzer now, we'll pop this on as we see the warning for Columbia has been canceled out because the storminess is moving away from that vicinity. But back to our other tool now, you see some of this getting right into the airport in Duval County. So let's zoom back in. The hail luckily has fallen in size from what we were tracking earlier because we were very concerned on our update and our coverage earlier because we were getting warnings for baseball-sized hail. But luckily, we've seen a situation where the hail size has dropped pretty tremendously, really, from a high-end type hail situation to still maybe a severe hail situation, but not a destructive one, which is good news, of course, but you still got to be watching here in northern Florida. So this is right near the Jacksonville airport. I know when we're talking about disruptive hail like that, that's something you really have to watch out for. I know certain type of warnings that'll be starting to come on out next week. We've talked about it to account for some of that. But tend to when you have the higher hail, it'll talk about maybe a considerable or disruptive severe thunderstorm. We've talked about that. But just since they're not really using that wording right now, we're just focusing on the impacts really. And those are significant once you get over that severe criteria for sure. So we're getting closer to the airport. We've noticed the wind go down, but that's probably because storm's getting right over the airport, so you're not going to get the winds as high toward the surface there. So that's something to take into consideration. What I mean by that, let me rephrase that. When you're getting the winds closer to the airport, we have the winds getting to the surface. You're just not going to be able to see them as easily because we're looking lower down here. So it's going to be harder to see exactly what maybe is happening at the surface itself. And then the winds aloft are what we see off toward the west. So maybe or maybe not, some of these winds aren't really reaching the surface. We'll just have to wait and see because we get into where that cone of silence here as well. When you have an area where you can't really see things on the Doppler right around the airport, you kind of see a little circled area here. So there's your runway at the airport. It's moving right on in right now. Probably already over them at this point. Getting that nasty condition there. Still watching some of that wind energy. Probably see it kind of reemerge as it moves past the airport. So got to be mindful of that here as well. So again, we're going to go ahead and zoom back on out. We're at 4:33, so probably taking an update here. Or excuse me, we'll take a break from our updates. And I know seeing some different features that are kind of interesting here. We do have an outflow boundary coming from this. That's something interesting to see. I do think these storms are weakening though, and that would be a sign here of that overall atmospheric scenario here of that really. So that's something to kind of take into consideration as well as we're watching things. Sometimes you'll see that when you're getting some weakening situation set up that does have some weaker acts in it. So we'll just have to see if it sparks off anything to the south. I'm not really sure it would, but we'll watch, of course, just in case that were to happen. But again, we're still watching things. Taking a break right now, though. We're at 4:34. We're back by about 4:45 or so, unless we have something more imminent. We just got a new warning, so let's talk about this real quick. It's a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag in it. 4 parts of Daugherty as well as Baker and Georgia. I know we've talked about Baker and Florida, but with warnings in play. But Baker and Georgia as well as Calhoun, Early, Miller, Mitchell, of course. Talking about Daugherty County as well there. Till 5:15, a tornado possible tag, in addition to 60-mile-an-hour winds and inside hail. So we'll wait for this to pop up. See some weak rotation here near Morgan. That's something to watch. That's definitely something to watch there. Nothing really tight, hence no tornado warning being issued. But we're watching that near Morgan, and we have a new warning now for the Albany area. So got to be watching out for that there in the ward part of Daugherty County. That warning extension now is the same storm that's moved out of Early County, now headed closer toward Albany. So Gonna be watching for that. Now these storms slower moving than what we were tracking earlier, east at 30, but still gonna be watching them. Still gonna be tracking them back in about 10 minutes unless we need to be back on sooner. Back here in the Weather Center at 4:45, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud watching the action here more towards southwest Georgia right now to see how things kind of come together. And in fact, I'll go to our broader view here to give you the very latest information. You see it's a thunderstorm warning in play here until it looks like about 5:15 or so for parts of Baker, Calhoun, Doherty, Early, Miller, and Mitchell in southwestern Georgia. And then a severe thunderstorm warning toward northern Florida here. I'll zoom in on this. It's for parts of Duval, Nassau, and Camden. Technically a little bit of Camden, but the tornado watch has already been cleared out. And Roy watching Nassau and Duval here with some wind enhancement possible and some hail. And for what it's worth, at the Weather Service office there, they were just getting reports from their meteorologists. Really, I mean, they're pretty much self-reporting this stuff. Is what I mean by this, that they only had 40-mile-an-hour wind or so there, and the gust only 44 at Jacksonville International Airport, and the hail was under severe limits as well. So that's the good news out of this. Not nearly as significant as it was earlier. That's a really, really good thing. Let's go ahead and pop over toward our GR2 analyst system, because if we would have had a hail like we were seeing off toward the west, we would have had a lot of damage here. But luckily the hail core really has weakened on down here. Still some hail to about severe limits, give or take, but luckily that's weakened on down overall. So we're still seeing some hail possible though. Our product that might overdo it just a little bit is only showing 0.83 at this point though, so that's good. Let's see if there's any rotation. Sometimes you get a quick spin up right at the coast, but mainly just some wind that's pretty high in the general vicinity here, 40, 50. I mean, there could be a gust to 60 in here as possible. They're just going to let this right out, I think, at this point, since it's so close to the coast. But then that batch is kind of moving off. The axis to the south weakened on down. So really a good situation here. We've seen the axis really kind of fall apart, which you really like to see. But again, as we're looking off toward the north and west, we have another round and then some more action behind that we're paying attention to as well. So we're not done by any means, because we still have storms that are getting going over the same areas we were talking about 8 hours ago or so. Getting some more storminess around, as we were just mentioning there, with the severe thunderstorm warning in play. Parts of Early County, parts of Doherty County, you get the idea. We'll go ahead and put me back on camera now here at about 4:48 here on this Saturday afternoon. So I know we've been going for a while, so it's easy to kind of lose your train of thought there a little bit. But let's go ahead and switch on over toward our GR level 3. You see some rotation here, maybe northeast of Leary, something to watch for Albany, because it's kind of on the edge of the radar coverage. So gonna have to watch here, because we've already had some nasty reports around Albany earlier, and you see that wind pretty strong coming into Albany. So you may want to go ahead and switch our analyzer computer on over. I think that'd be a good idea at this point, since that axis is becoming the more significant really as we're looking off toward the west. So we'll go ahead and do that, get that situated here in the Weather Center as we watch this wind energy move on in. What I'm talking about, I'll kind of step on over just a little bit here. You see some of these brighter colors could have some stronger wind trying to reach the surface there in that Leary vicinity, and going to be moving toward Albany here over the next little bit in toward parts of southwestern Georgia. So just something you got to be mindful of. I know some more storms off toward the west now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Coffee and Dale until 4:30 Central Time, being issued by the Weather Service in Tallahassee as well. So the day just keeps on going here in terms of that severe potential. And we have a flash flood warning until 5 for parts of Decatur and Seminole as well. I've seen that rain around there too. Let's go ahead and switch you back on over now. Analyzer, I have everything off for the moment, but it'll load on in just a second. We have the warning here toward the north here, Morgan, Blakely, but you're starting to see that move again further off toward the east, as we've alluded to. We even have some warnings off toward the west here as well, tornado warnings. So something to watch, more discrete action there. But again, just tracking this here down toward areas here in southwestern Georgia. We're still tracking some of this action towards these areas with that wind potential moving on in. Severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from near Morgan to 7 miles southwest of Arlington, excuse me, to near Columbia, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter size hail, Colquitt over toward Newton, Morgan, Albany, Blakely, Edison, Arlington. You kind of get the idea here. So just some of those communities under this warning. I know we're trying to just give you this very latest information here. You see some of those brighter reflectivity values, higher reflectivity values here east of Morgan, and then our velocity shows again a little bit of weak rotation. Let me go ahead and get a little bit better look at velocity. Not so as much when we switch on over, but you see the wind's really high here. I know we're losing a few frames, so if you kind of lose me just for a second, we're trying to go between some of our different tools here to keep you and your family up to date. So sorry about that here as we're continuing to give you that very latest. So I know we just got a report in here from Yulee and Nassau County of penny-sized hail under severe limits, but still interesting nonetheless. So let's go ahead and come back on camera. We're tracking this toward Albany. Let's put a quick storm track on this first. You see Putney there within the next 30, 45 minutes, somewhere in that time range. As we are looking at things, I'll kind of zoom on in a little bit. So just to let you know, this is 15 minutes, this is 30, this is 45. So this is some between 30 and 45 minutes. As we just got that warning expired out now for Duval, Nassau, and Camden. So that's good. That thing's getting offshore there. More reports coming in out of Jefferson County as well as now 70-mile-an-hour wind potential on this storm that we're looking at here. But I'll come back on camera. Just got that update, just watching everything that's coming in there. Let's go ahead and see if we can pop you over to the big view of things so we kind of reset at what 4:52. So we're taking another quick break before we come back at the top of the hour here. We have the warning. The only warning in our area right now is for southwest Georgia, but it's a 70-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning. That wind potential a little bit higher, and with all the damage we've already seen today, you got to be kind of careful in that area here. With another round moving on in, and again though the hail report there, I'll kind of point it out for you. We're talking about right in here in general in Nassau County. I've seen some of that, so interesting to note. I know we're losing a few frames again, so make sure we are good to go in all of our different sources. I hate for you guys to lose something here where we're covering things. Let me go ahead and take off one of our feeds right there. As we just got some more information now in nickel-sized hail. We were talking about that earlier. The Weather Service Jacksonville intern sending that here into our system. So again, seeing that as 70-mile-an-hour winds. We're talking about those. We also had the wind reports more toward Jefferson County from the rounded storms with this cluster that's weakened on down. Luckily, they got to more highly populated areas along I-10. We were tracking that really and seeing two more down trees there with a partial blockage of Turney, Anderson, and Clark Road, and the other road, North Salt and Bassett Dairy. So watching that, giving you the latest. We'll be back in about 7 minutes with more 70-mile-an-hour winds. Could be moving in toward the Albany area in the next little bit, so you got to be careful there. We'll give you more in about 7 minutes unless something breaks in between. Back here in the Weather Center just before 5 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. We just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued here toward Albany that we wanted to let you know about. That goes into play here till about 5:45 for parts of Baker, Colquitt, Doherty, Lee, Miller, Mitchell, Tipp, Turner, and Worth here. Seeing that wind potential 60 to 70 miles an hour. I know Baker, we're talking about Baker in Georgia here, not Baker in Florida. So let's go ahead and see a close-up look though at Albany, which is about to get some really nasty wind moving in toward the downtown area if it's not already coming on in there, already toward the western side of town, getting that down to the surface. It seems like we're looking higher up, but getting some really nasty weather here on the west side of Albany around, it looks like Deer Court, also getting here over toward Gillenville Road. I know we had some damage earlier there in that vicinity. Quail Hollow Road, excuse me, and then the Golf Course Drive. So just tracking this nasty weather here, moving in toward Albany. Severe thunderstorm warning now until 5:45 off toward the east. We'll continue to give you the latest updates. Severe thunderstorm watch and play off toward this region till 6 o'clock or so. We'll be watching this accent come together here as we're looking ahead and see how it evolves overall. I know we do have a situation where we have some nasty weather here that's going to be moving over toward, it looks like, parts of north central Florida eventually, but luckily once it gets down toward the south, weather should be a little bit better, so that's good, but we still have a risk in play. Let's go ahead and pop up our main graphic here. We'll see what we're talking about on our other system, just a marginal risk versus the enhanced risk that is for Tallahassee, and especially areas toward the north, and the slight risk there as well. So you see kind of the delineation, not even a risk right now for Marin, really as we get further south, and Flagler as we get further south. I guess it kind of makes up for what we saw last weekend with all the storminess down there, but we'll see. We'll see if any of this action does end up holding together that way, but eventually things will weaken out later in the overnight, but earlier in the overnight we'll stuff to really be watching. We'll be here in the Weather Center. 5 o'clock, I've been going since 9 o'clock, and we'll be going for about another 12 hours, maybe a little less than that, hopefully. You never know. I guess it could always be a little more than that as well, based on the model data. At some point, maybe we'll just go off and come on if we have warnings popping up. But we're several hours away from that, I think, as Albany really getting the nasty, nasty conditions here toward Doherty County. As we even have some more action back behind a tornado warning out of the area, obviously, but from Monroe and Wilcox County there at about 4:30 Central Time. So got more action firing. More information coming in. I know Hamilton County now, according to the Weather Service, talking here, a tree down on a house there on Northwest 99th Avenue in Jasper. So not what you want to hear, not what you want to see, but we're continuing to watch things go through Albany. Let's give you another radar scan. I am going to go ahead and probably end this update pretty soon, but want to at least kind of give you another update for Albany as this worst of the actions moving on through right now. We'll see that zoomed in view again right here near Gillespie Avenue, over toward Poplar Street, really now getting into toward downtown, West Mercer Avenue there, that vicinity, West Roosevelt Avenue, going to be approaching and moving into toward the Clark Avenue area as well. So you see this nasty weather, a little bit of weak rotation, so just be mindful of this here. Not as much in other spots, but really Albany is where we're watching most. We'll be seeing how this holds together, though, from Albany toward Acre, Sylvester over the next little bit as well. We'll be in the Weather Center. If something really ramps up, we'll come back on sooner. I'm just giving you this heads up right now because we're planning to just come back at 5:30, go to more of our half-hour cut-ins for the moment. But, of course, if something pops up tornadic here, we'll come on immediately. But just sticking with this for a couple minutes here for Albany as we're getting those high rainfall rates as well, which could be an issue with some flash flooding as we're looking more towards some of those urban areas there. And then you see here the heavy rain around, it looks like Elmo Dale. So Newton will be getting some of this with some wind potential as well over the next little bit. We'll be watching toward Tifton and Adel too here as we look ahead and toward that timeline. The new severe thunderstorm warning again for parts of Baker and Georgia, Calhoun County not under this, but Colquitt, Doherty, Lee, Miller, Mitchell, Tipp, Turner, and Worth till 5:45. We'll be back at 5:30 again unless something breaks sooner. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch some severe weather here in southern Georgia that maybe you hear occurring toward areas around Camilla, for instance, Sylvester as well. You're kind of seeing this with any severe thunderstorm warning that goes into play here until about 5:45, remaining in effect here for parts of Baker, Colquitt, Daugherty, Lee, as well as Miller, Mitchell, Tipp, Turner, and Worth. So watching things I know carefully around Sylvester, for instance, here. So let's go ahead and kind of examine this. We're looking off the Moody radar, some pretty high winds, in fact, here around Sylvester. So a heads up for the Tifton area, not maybe tornadic conditions. I can't completely rule that out in this scenario, but we're seeing more of this, some high winds here around Sylvester right now in the parts of Worth County. So I'm going to continue to watch that for sure as this tracks on off toward parts of Tipp County, as we just got a new warning in play, in fact, with a tornado possible tag in it till 6:15 for parts of Ben Hill, Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Arwen, Tipp, Turner, and Worth counties. So I'm going to be watching this as it gets closer toward I-75. You'll see that new polygon pop up on the screen, but we were talking about the accident around Sylvester, maybe some weak rotation in here, but probably more of that higher wind reaching the surface. And that warning is for 60-mile-an-hour winds here in towards some of these communities. The standard type of warning, with the exception that there is a tornado possible tag in it as well here. So going to be watching some of these different communities under this warning here in Cook, Irwin, Berrien, Turner, Colquitt, Tipp, Ben Hill, and Worth counties until about 6:15. We have Tifton, as this line's really accelerating in speed now. It looks like they're tracking this east at 70. That's a big change here from earlier on. I know east at 50, but before that it was even slower. So seeing that pick up in forward speed now as we get toward Tifton, Knoxville, Moultrie, Adel, Ocilla, over toward Fitzgerald, Sparks, Enigma, Omega, even toward Norman Park, Lenox, Taitai, Alafaya, Phillipsburg, Mystic, Unionville, Riverside, and Sycamore. So gonna have to watch for a quick spin up in here, but hopefully that doesn't occur. We're just going to treat this with our half-hour type cut-ins right now, since we don't have an imminent here threat for maybe a tornado evolving, but we still have to watch. This is often not a higher-end severe thunderstorm warning, but it impacts quite a few people here still. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking. Just going to run this down for a few more minutes before we go off till 6, unless we have something ramp up like a tornado warning in play. But again, there's your I-75 area here that we're watching very carefully as we are looking here off toward the west. And we had a report in there toward Baker County, Georgia, of trees and power lines down. So I never want to hear about that. I mean, we've already had so much accident around, and we're getting a report of in Turner County some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts there up toward the north, really upward as severe thunderstorm warnings in play at. But again, we're continuing to give you the very latest. I mean, I'm looking kind of outside right now, and I know we have the conditions still pretty calm relatively around here. The wind's picking up from time to time into north central Florida, but as we look here later on to the overnight hours, we're going to be kind of watching things deteriorate to some extent. Not sure how bad it'll get here necessarily where we're at in Bradford County and Stark, but of course we cover this wide area. I've been tracking things across southern Georgia and north of I-10 all day long here, folks. It's been a very busy day, and we have some more action to see here as we broaden the view back out. We'll show you what's going on here up toward the west. You see some tornado warnings, Butler, Monroe, Wilcox counties there going into play. So some parameters still in play here for some of these tornadic conditions here, as well as we pull up some more parameters. I know we're going between some model data as well, but we have some pretty high tornado parameters relatively here, and that's going to mix with some, though less energy than what we were seeing in toward some areas earlier, but still some energy around here for these storms to work with, record on what we were earlier, which helped some though. But I'm talking about in toward southern Georgia here, where our scenario is evolving right now. We have this severe thunderstorm watch and play for a while here that goes all the way until 10 o'clock tonight. The tornado watch is about to drop off the board here soon. It looks like toward northern Florida, so that's some good news. But we'll continue to give you the latest updates here. A report in the Camilla area of some trees down in the road. So just something that continues to be reported here. These are going to knock out some more power to people who didn't lose power earlier. Some of these other communities, some of these other folks going to lose some power, maybe losing power for a second time today even. Definitely not out of the question. as we're seeing this move across southern Georgia. So stay tuned, stay with us for the latest. We'll plan on being back at 6, but of course, if something ramps up or we need to break back in, we'll do so before then. So stick with me right now, keeping track of things from the Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour as we continue to watch that severe weather potential around. You see some severe thunderstorm warnings in play here towards South Georgia even. We've been tracking them for a while here, folks, and we're still tracking some of this action right now. Severe thunderstorm area here near I-75, for instance, so gotta just continue to pay attention to things. We'll zoom back on in here. You see Tipton getting some pretty nasty weather overall there right now. We'll zoom in toward that vicinity. In fact, maybe even some weak rotation developing here north of Omega, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and pop that up here on other source if you want to see what I'm talking about here. Maybe something trying to get going here. I'll go ahead and point it out on air. You can kind of see the circulation. Maybe another one here near Norman Park. We'll just have to wait and see what the Weather Service says. But definitely seeing a little bit of something in there. Hopefully just not quite enough for a tornado warning, but we'll be watching here with that wind enhancement at least. See some more wind enhancement maybe toward the south of Ocella there in Irwin County. That's what you watch for at least some damaging winds getting down toward the surface. Also could get hail upward about quarter size in diameter, so I'll be paying attention to that, and you would hope and think this will be your last round of severe weather, but unfortunately we have another round coming, so let's go ahead and broaden the view out on our other source. I'll talk about what we're displaying here to you. You see severe thunderstorm watches in play, and you see more of these storms a little more isolated in some sense, and Weather Service is talking about this in the chat, that the line of storms there crossing I-65 south of Montgomery, moving to the east and may clip the northern parts of Coffeedale, Henry, and Alabama over the next hour or so, and ultimately could see some of these storms on a more direct path with Quitman, Clay, and Randolph in towards southwestern Georgia there. Clay and Randolph counties we're talking, as well as the city of Quitman there. So all severe weather hazards will be possible, including wind, hail, and tornadoes. So the day keeps on going, unfortunately, with that severe threat, and eventually we'll see the action dip on down further to get through the region. But let's go ahead and see our power outage map since we're at the top of the hour right now with the latest update here. We'll see kind of what's going on. You see 9,938 customers in the dark right now, and a lot of those relate to ward areas around Hamilton and over toward Madison, Jefferson. You kind of see some of that. We had that action really get nasty there right near the state line. We'll kind of pan over Madison 617, 384 in Hamilton, and 617 again in Madison, but 244 customers there toward Jefferson County. And some more of this in Georgia as well, where I know the Braves baseball game, some hail reported with the tarp on the field there. And then FSU baseball in LA as well there, playing Georgia Tech up in Atlanta, the Yellow Jackets and the Seminoles. But as we look back over toward our Georgia power outage information, now you see Echols County some, and now some of these customers aren't being tracked, so I kind of have to keep in mind that these numbers could be a little bit higher in these counties. We just don't have all the customers necessarily being tracked by this map here on poweroutage.us, but a lot of the information is in here, and it's a really valuable tool overall to be able to give you the information that you need here in these situations as we are tracking the nasty weather around, seeing what type of impacts that is producing here in our area. So let's go ahead and pop back on camera, getting a indication there might be some rotation toward Dale and Henry and the higher atmospheric levels. So let me go ahead and check that. I know we're on a different radar at the moment, but let's check on, there's something off the Moody's. So let's go ahead and pop up our Fort Rucker radar. I'll get that loaded on into our system here. We'll kind of get an idea of what's going on toward that vicinity and see what's happening there. I do have a TVS, so that could be a bad sign, though I don't see a lot of that rotation. I do see a severe thunderstorm warning being issued for Coffee in Alabama for some action off toward the west, so that's going to be moving in toward the Tallahassee jurisdiction area. So let me go ahead and pop this on here. We're looking here again, maybe something in here near Newville, but it's not really definitive. Oh, I think I see another area actually. Let's kind of take that back. I know the TVS to the south, but I see a little something north of Echo, being right close to the radar like that. Could be a developing rotation. We'll have to watch here as it does move closer toward Abbeville over the next little bit. So we'll watch that. We'll watch the storms here further over in Georgia as well. We have the warnings in play, the one near Camilla and the other there as we're tracking really over more toward Tipton, getting some of the worst of the acts in Moultrie as well, and eventually into Ward ADL2 there on I-75. So keeping track, keeping you up to date here on this Saturday. See you back at 6:30 unless something required us to pop on sooner than that. Stay tuned, stay safe. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch our severe weather threat. You're looking towards South Georgia right now, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. We've kind of seen this accent here over the last little bit, slow on down or quite a bit. We were tracking it moving pretty fast there, but definitely seeing it kind of slow on down. Just a interesting atmospheric setup overall here as we're looking at things near I-75 and on I-75 as well here toward Tipp County, toward Cook County. You kind of get the idea here with some pretty nasty conditions. There's damaging winds potentially in there, as well as some hail to about a quarter size in diameter. The warning goes until 7:30 for Cook, Irwin, Berrien, Colquitt, Tipp, and southeastern Worth counties. So we're watching that, watching some more storms behind, but really the last round for our Tallahassee area is all this action here. Several warnings in play here in southern Alabama right now. Just a lot going on. I'll zoom out even further so you can see just even more warnings. North of Mobile, we have a warning polygon. And the Weather Service talking about some of this. Just going to have to watch for all hazards here as we look further in toward the region. I know down toward areas like Tipp County, seeing some flooding there as well, it seems. So just have to be cognizant of that. But just one warning right now in our area, but we have several storms with the warnings off toward the west. So it's going to be a busy evening, it looks like here. I'm going to pick up in that level of busyness. We'll be here to get you through it. Let's go ahead and go over to our radar here as we get toward, I have Fort Rucker on because of the accent toward the west. And we'll go ahead and look at this here, the accent around Dale and Henry. We were seeing some rotation a little while ago. Definitely could see a warning here extended toward parts of maybe Early, Clay, some of these other counties here in western Georgia as well. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, as we've alluded to, of course. And then let's go ahead and go over now. I think we'll switch this on over toward the other radar site that gives us a better vantage point on this. Take just a second, we'll get that loaded on in here as this seeing some localized flooding here in some of our regions as well. All this rain really coming into focus. Excuse me. So again, just something that's really worth noting here as we're looking at some of the different Doppler radar algorithms, and we switch between different radars as you see here. And even some rotation here in the parts of eastern Berrien. We're getting this off our radar here off of the Moody side. So if nothing else, some enhancement of wind here near Douglas. No warning in play officially there, but we'll see if the Jacksonville office issues something pretty soon on that. As just got to watch some of that wind enhancement here for sure. That can sometimes occur with this setup. Might be some of the stronger wind outside the warning there toward Coffee County, but even in the warning here, we got to watch. We got to track some of this energy here, some of this moisture. We'll be back at the top of the hour unless something required us to come on sooner, as we have this complex of storms here, south central Georgia at this point, but more coming into southwestern Georgia. New warnings will probably be required here pretty soon, depending on exactly the intensity of these storms. Of course, if there's a tornado warning that comes into play, we'll break back in immediately, but otherwise we'll see you at 7 o'clock. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center where we have just got word of a tornado warning in play here for, it looks like, parts of Baker, Calhoun, Clay, Early, and Terrell here and towards southwestern Georgia. Going to about 7:15, we've now seen a spin pop up within the Doppler radar algorithms just to the east of, it looks like, Pine Street, also getting toward US 27 as well. So let's go ahead and zoom in. You see the hook on this, and you see some pretty tight rotations. So just getting this warning down from the Weather Service office in Tallahassee. A circulation here in the Bluffton area, just off toward the east. It's tracking here at about 55 miles an hour. Is this a possible tornado? The severe thunderstorm capable of producing it. 7 miles southwest to Edison, 10 miles northeast of Blakely here. So we need to go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's just a pretty tight circulation here right near, it looks like, County Road 16. Now let's check for tornado debris to see if anything's popping out at us. And luckily we're not seeing that at the moment. It doesn't look like. I'll go ahead and place our marker down here. But right now we're just going to continue to watch this right here near Parksville. That roadway there that's showing up in our software. So there's Edison. You can see here under the tornado warning, the community of Morgan here in Calhoun County, Leary. Got that TVS signature on here as well. So going to be watching this very carefully here. A strong rotational signature. Downstream locations include Edison and Morgan here in toward Calhoun County. So got to really watch this very carefully. Again, a tornado circulation just popping up within the Doppler radar algorithms, and that's getting even a little bit tighter now. Gate to gate, not extremely strong, but there is gate to gate here. We definitely could have a lower level type tornado in the ground. Though I preface that with saying we've had some odd circulations. Looking back, I know the one in Marion was broad nature, not tornado warning, and ended up having winds over 100 miles an hour. So with a tornado warning in play, with something like this, you could definitely have an EF0 or an EF1 tornado on the ground, maybe even getting close to a low-end EF2. So something to be mindful of here in parts of this area. Again, tornado warning, southwestern Georgia, Clay, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell until 7:15. Arlington, going to be near there, but to the north about 6:45. Morgan vicinity around 6:55, and the Leary vicinity here around 7 o'clock or so. So got to be mindful of this. We have a tornado warning here in southwestern Georgia, getting that gate to gate within the Doppler radar algorithms. A pretty rural area overall, but when we have a tornado warning like this, I want to stick with you a little bit further here as the Weather Service is talking about that strong rotation here moving into Calhoun County, just south of Edison. A tornado warning for that area does continue. That hook on our Doppler, and we're going to be tracking some of our other tools here as well. We have other tools that we can use, our analyzer. I'll pop that back up. We were using that earlier for some of these tornado situations, so we're going to get that put into motion here. And working so you can kind of get an idea of exactly what type of rotation is showing up when you're comparing that with the motion in play here. But a tornado warning for Calhoun County, Georgia. That's the area that's covered most here in terms of one of the counties. It's most of Calhoun County here in southern Georgia under this tornado warning until 7:15. Some strong rotation here moving in toward Calhoun County, just south of Edison. Got to go ahead and get as many rods between you and the outside as possible here. And in fact, we have our polygon up. So let me go ahead. I have it where we have our actual radar off for the moment, but we'll see the radar load in here in just a second. I know getting some winds, even in northern Florida at times, pretty strong. A gust reported in Marineland 39. But now, again, this tornado warning until 7:15. You want to go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. And towards southwestern Georgia, a tornado warning in play. Let's go ahead and go over here. There's your safety tips. Again, seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. And maybe even put on a bicycle helmet because you could have potential flying debris in here as well. So a circulation here. We're tracking it just south of Edison. Moving there off to the east here pretty quickly relatively. As we've alluded to, east at about 55 miles an hour or so, as this is a pretty nasty circulation showing up within the Doppler radar algorithms. We're just continuing to watch this though. Again, this is who's in and who's out of the tornado warning at this point. You see Bluffton, Edison, Arlington, Morgan, Leary, Bluffton. They're kind of getting out of things right now, but we'll have that radar popping up here in just a second where I'll show you what's going on in terms of that axle circulation here. I know we have roads, we're in here like State Road 37, also getting toward State Road 62, that circulation between those right now here in toward southwestern Calhoun County. Watching that very carefully here in the Weather Center. Just trying to give you that latest heads up. We see Albany downstream as well. That's something to watch out for. I know you have a thunderstorm of your own in Dougherty County, but the circulation here pretty strong. Let's go ahead and kind of use the storm motion here, in fact, to give you a better look at this. And you can see here some rotation just to the east of Bluffton. We're looking toward the south of Edison. So we're tracking this axis here. This is framer, so it goes. So you got to keep that in mind when we're looking at this, because we kind of have this up and analyzes things a little bit better, but it also runs a little behind. So we've already been talking about this off a little further toward the east here in this vicinity. So the circulation more off toward the east at this point there. I'll pop up myself again because I don't like that running that far behind. It'll probably update and it'll give us some good information, but we'll go back to that here in a minute, because I do note that this situation is one where we have the circulation here really now right there around State Route 216. So gonna go ahead and want to be in your tornado safe room here, tornado shelter, as we see the latest scan now of our Doppler as this gets closer toward areas like Morgan and Dickey here in toward Calhoun County. The rotation's weakening some, and that's good news. Hopefully this is just a quick spin up here overall, but we still have to watch. Still have a tornado warning here in play, and we have some discrete acts, and that's interesting to note. Off toward the west, you see some wind enhancement here, south and east really of Abbeville. Excuse me, southeast and east of Abbeville there, in toward southeastern Alabama. So again, we're continuing to watch this, continuing to give you the latest information here. We have several storms in southeast Alabama. We'll have to continue to watch here. You see this area that we're going to be tracking. You have that movement here generally off toward the east, and this is the last round here, but we still got to watch it because we have a lot of energy available here in some of these areas, but in some of these spots we don't have as much energy or as much of the parameters in play. So a little tricky. We have that severe thunderstorm watch versus the tornado watch. The parameters aren't to the level maybe they were earlier in some regards, but still got to watch here, still got to track. I mean, the atmosphere's been worked over some, but we've had some time to recover here in communities in this area of southwestern Georgia that we're talking about. I'll go ahead and move the map back over now. So let's go ahead and zoom back in. You can see here that circulation right here south and near Edison, really, State Route 37, not too far away. That's been just to the south of Edison and Dickey right now, moving off toward the east here. It looks like at about 55 miles an hour, so it's not as tight right now. That's good, of course. Let's go back to Analyzer, where you can see it's not as tight on that mode of the Doppler as well. We'll switch you on over there so we give you a little bit better look here at some of these pixels. You can see we've had a TVS in here, the wind energy near Edison. Could be sparking up some, but this does not look like maybe at this point a tornado that's on the ground. You can see how things ramped up though as we kind of go back further in time around Bluffton. You see the circulation there ramping up around US 27, and then we had the tornado warning issue when we had a little bit of gate to gate in here. You have that wind enhancement on base velocity, and you see the circulation there, but now starting to broaden out, but it's still there some, so gotta still be mindful of that here in toward Calhoun County. With this tornado warning in play on 7:15 for parts of Baker in Georgia, Calhoun, Clay in Georgia, Early in Georgia, Terrell in Georgia as well. So we're going to be tracking it. I think what we'll do right now, a little weaker, but still we might have a tornado on the ground. We're going to go ahead and take a break into coverage and come back around 7 o'clock unless we have some new information. We really need to jump on for. But a tornado warning in play here for parts of southwestern Georgia. That radar indicated rotation. In fact, let's check our latest scan because we just got one in. And you can see how it's kind of come apart a little bit. We had the gate-to-gate off toward the west here, that spin, where the reds and greens are a little brighter, but now it's a little broader, so that's some good news here. But still, gotta be taking shelter. Tornado warnings in play here in this area. So, gonna gather more information. Be back about 7 o'clock here at the top of the hour as we have a tornadic storm, at least a potentially tornadic storm, impacting parts of our area. meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center cutting in this before 7 o'clock as we're seeing some tidal rotation within our analyzer computer. So let's go ahead and pop that up right now. We've noticed this in the last couple of scans and wanted to go ahead and give you a heads up in case new warning might be required here by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. A storm here in Calhoun County displaying strong rotation there near Morgan, so gotta watch it here. I know been a very busy day here in the Weather Center. You can see though, we had it weakening on out there just a few minutes ago when we were on. You can see it falling apart and it ramped right back up there as we were getting there near. It looks like a State Road 37. You can see the gate to get about 60, would still be a weaker tornado, but a tornado is a tornado. Then it kind of weakens that a little here, but it's still strong enough. Maybe trying to pulse back up actually on that latest scan as we kind of watch things here go back and forth. You have to kind of watch things pretty carefully with this type of situation. So definitely could get a new tornado warning issued. Let's go ahead and kind of give you an idea of where that polygon might go and where the threat would be greatest. You see here, and now generally this is tracking off here toward the east, but there's some northerly components, so maybe more in toward Lee County. I know this is how the polygon is drawing. That's how the track pops up here when I do it, but we have to keep in mind that this tornadic circulation has a little bit of a northerly component as well, so you could see that on our other system here as we were tracking it. You can see that here as we're backing this up right now. You can definitely see kind of a northerly track. So I'm going to be tracking more here north of Albany, maybe in toward parts here of Terrell and Lee counties over the next little bit. But I suspect a tornado warning will be issued here soon because that circulation, that rotation really tight here on our Doppler radar technology. So you just want to be in shelter here right now in toward this area. A circulation being indicated by our Doppler radar. Now, in terms of any tornado debris, it's hard to say. I'll go ahead and put a marker down here to see if we're getting anything. There could be something there, but the net rotation is showing something as we got the latest scan in now. Again, there's your circulation here. We're going to take the radar off real quick. You can kind of see what's under that, what could be being impacted by a possible tornado. So this warning goes until 7:15, but we're going to probably see a new warning being issued here soon off toward areas of Lee County, for instance, Dougherty County, probably under this as well, if this circulation maintains its strength or intensifies a little, because that's some pretty strong gate-to-gate relatively. It would be a weaker tornado, but still a tornado nonetheless could be occurring here. You see that notch, you saw the gate-to-gate here within our storm relative velocity, so definitely be taking heed here in toward parts of Calhoun County. Again, we're watching this go off here north-northeast, I would say, so maybe getting more into toward parts of Terrell and Lee counties here, but possibly clipping Dougherty County over the next little bit. You have a tornadic circulation here that's evolving. We're almost at the top of the hour, so go ahead and come back on camera and reset here in just a moment. We'll go ahead and kind of get that set on up here as we have a tornado warning in play until 7:15. Again, just jumping back on because we had that rotation here kind of evolve. Once again, you can kind of see it come back into focus. So we just want to be really careful here. We're pretty much at the top of the hour. They're talking about it here in the chat now. So let me go ahead and show you our mapping. The storm in Calhoun County, we're watching the action continue to have strong rotation with there. And a downstream tornado warning may be required in the portions of Terrell, Dougherty, and Lee, and they're assessing that possibility right now. They're at the Weather Service in Tallahassee, so definitely could see that happen. Definitely a possibility here based on the radar indicated rotation. We'll go ahead and pop that back up here. You see that pretty tight there north of Morgan. You see that there north and east of Dickey as well. I'll go ahead and put on our rotation tracker. You can see how it popped up there toward the south and west, and then evolved once again, strengthened once again. I'll kind of point it out for you. We had an area of rotation kind of intensify there for a bit here. You see this, and then we had it weaken back down, went off, and we were watching it, but now really getting it tighter here up toward the north. So possible tornado here in the Morgan vicinity right now here in parts of South Georgia. So getting a real tight gate to gate. And this is the tightest gate to gate we've had. So let's go back over to Analyzer. We have this live here pretty much on the air at this point. Going ahead and giving you that latest information. So And there's your gate to gate here. As of this a couple minutes ago, we now have a gate to gate here. We have 39 going toward the Ritter there at Fort Rucker and 29 going away. So now that's 70 miles an hour worth of rotation. So that's pretty hefty there. And I expect a new tornado warning to be issued here at any moment for parts of Terrell, Doherty, and Lee, as evidenced by what the Weather Service was seeing here in the chat session. So again, we're really watching things very carefully here, tracking things here for you. That circulation moving on off here toward the east, a little northeast there, about 55 miles an hour. So gonna go ahead and want to be ready to take those tornado precautions in parts of Terrell, Lee, and Doherty counties here. With this rotation that we are seeing within our Doppler radar algorithms, we're just seeing that information stream on in here. I know as things do continue to go on, we're just trying to find out exactly what's happening here. So bear with me. I know sometimes we'll lose a frame or two in our coverage, but just trying to get that latest information to stream on into the Weather Center. You have that circulation there in toward some of these areas in Calhoun County, so just be in shelter there. A possible tornado on the ground here, so assume back on in. Definitely seeing that here this evening. And let's go ahead and go back on over now to correlation coefficient. I know we're losing some frames, so I think we're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and go away from this for a minute. I apologize for that. Let's pop it back on. I know we may go over to power outages here in a moment as well. So we sometimes have a lot going into our systems that makes it a little bit more complicated sometimes when we're tracking severe weather. Definitely can be a problem sometimes when you have so many different things. But let's go over to power outages real quick so we're not losing too many frames here in front of the weather wall. We see the power outage numbers going up and a new tornado warning just being issued here as well. So real quick, those power outage numbers, you see them going on up here. We have 65 there toward Echols County. We've seen some of that near the state line, but some of these here in the southwestern Georgia are really coming into focus. Again, I know we're losing some frames. I'm not exactly sure what's causing that, so I apologize here, but we have a new tornado warning now. We need to go ahead and get folks into shelter here and toward some of these areas. Let's go ahead and go back now over towards some other zones here. We'll try to give you the latest on what's happening as we have a tornadic circulation. It did include Albany with this warning, so let's go ahead and go back over on here. We have this up now. Hopefully we won't be cutting out too much more at this point as we continue this coverage, of course, this evening. You have that circulation there in toward parts of Calhoun County going into parts of Doherty, Lee, Terrell here. A possible tornado moving closer toward Albany, probably splitting the difference. You're not going more toward southern Lee here over the next little bit. So gotta be in shelter. We're back in just a few minutes. 7:04 now. We'll be back by 7:10 with more details as we now have a tornado warning in play. Central Doherty, southwestern Lee, northeastern Calhoun, and southeastern Terrell until 7:30. At 7:02, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles north of Leary, or 9 miles northeast of Morgan, moving east at 55. But again, there's a northerly component to this as well. We're talking about Stocks, Radium Springs, Forester, Lockett, Crossing, Walker, South Albany, Southwest Georgia Regional Airport. But again, I think this is going more north. Palmyra, Century, and Jordan Place. So go ahead and take shelter if under this tornado warning. I'll be back here soon with more. But there's your circulation. I'll point it out to you here on our screen. You can see this here, that spin within our Doppler radar algorithms here. Northeast of Leary, west, and really going to start getting a little north-northwest, or west-northwest, I should say, of Albany here in the next little bit. So continuing to track it. A tornado warning there for Lee, Terrell, Doherty. It looks like this storm's going to stay north of Albany as we've tried about, but we'll continue to watch it. Be back in about 5 minutes or so. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. A tornado warning in play now here as we're looking for parts of Dougherty County as well as Lee, Terrell, and Calhoun until 7:30. The latest polygon issued here by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee for some radar indicated rotation, maybe weakening down just a little bit, but you see it here as we're getting near. It looks like areas around in here, different roadways near. It looks like Wadsworth Road here, in toward this area. A possible circulation showing up within the Doppler radar algorithm. So we're going to be tracking this here pretty soon in toward some more populated zones, though. Martindale Drive, Wiregrass Way here. Also getting toward West Doublegate Drive as well. So a possible tornado here. That radar indicated rotation. We're seeing that within the Doppler algorithms. Now we're pretty high to see if there's any debris, but we'll check anyway. Maybe something there, but it's hard to say. Maybe something as we're looking there near the Terrell and Dougherty County line. So continuing here to see what's going on. Tornado warning including areas of Dougherty, Lee, Calhoun, and Terrell until 7:30. This does include Leesburg, Turner City, East Albany here. That's what we're watching with a little more concern here to some extent, but we're going to also be watching here areas of, again, northwestern Dougherty going in towards southern Lee. That's what we're kind of tracking this possible tornado. It'd be a relatively weak one, it looks like, based on the radar echoes, but gotta just be on your toes here just in case. You never know what could happen here. You see this spin within the Doppler radar algorithms. Watching this again, and we have some other warnings we'll talk about while we're on as well, but I want to stick with this wall-to-wall here as it gets through Albany, Leesburg, and some more populated zones here. I know southern Lee County, pretty populated as well here, so I'm going to go ahead and go off toward the west where we have a warning in play now. A severe thunderstorm warning just issued for ping-pong ball-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for parts of Henry and Clay there. As we're looking, Henry, of course, in Alabama, Clay in Georgia, southern Randolph, northwestern Baker, Calhoun, northern Early, and southwestern Terrell until 7:45. At 7:05, a severe thunderstorm was located near Fort Gaines, moving east at about 55 miles an hour. Fort Gaines, Morgan, Blakely, Edison, Arlington, Selman, Leary, Belleville, as well as Bluffton, Ivy's Mill, Parksville, Carnegie, Hayes, Pecan, Holt. They are also getting toward the Randolph County Airport, Clark's Mill, Early County Airport under this threat here. We got a little inflow notch, so we'll watch, but rotation pretty broad in nature with that storm right now. You have some wind enhancement though, and again, some of those higher reflectivity values indicative, or maybe some larger hail there as we're getting some updates. Warning continuing for Berrien. We'll talk about that in a moment. But we have here US 27, some higher reflectivity values here. Excuse me. As we're looking off toward the east now, we see Berrien County underneath the severe thunderstorm warning that goes until it looks like, let's see, the time until 7:30 there. But you see warnings. I know we have the radar up where we're looking higher in this, but you see it. You can see it off of that, telling you how nasty things are. A new warning just issued here for a storm 9 miles southeast of Douglas here. So that's another storm that we're watching with a severe storm on it. Severe warning on it, I should say. So again, you see some action here. This is higher up in the atmosphere, but you can see it still moving off here. Further, some of this into toward Bacon County, but some of this clipping Ware County as well. That scene's really heating up here in the Weather Center. And then we have this other cell here that we're tracking as well. I gotta really be mindful of things that could happen here this evening with this severe weather threat. So we're now really, I guess you could say, into, or if I do the math, or I guess our 10th hour of severe weather coverage here in the Weather Center, or maybe it's been so long, maybe the math here is a little off. We've been going since 9 o'clock or so this morning, so I guess you could call it our 10th hour or so here in the Weather Center. So just kind of doing the math, we were on at 9, 10, 11, 12. That gets you 4 hours. 1, 2, 3, that gets you about 7 hours, and then you get the idea. We're not going to go through all that now. It's been a long day. You get the idea. But we're still watching things very carefully here. That circulation a little weaker, and it looks like they just dropped that tornado warning. In fact, for parts of Calhoun, Doherty, Lee, and Terrell. So, again, that's some good news. We're seeing that get broadened on out a little bit. So, that's some great news there toward areas of southwestern Georgia. So, again, still watching some of these areas here very carefully for some spin, and we're watching the storms east and west here. But that storm in the Calhoun, Doherty, Lee, Terrell area now weaker. That tornado warning polygon will go off the board here in just a second, and that rotation has weakened, and you just see it go away right there. That's definitely some great news there toward areas around Albany. So what we'll do, we're going to watch that storm there in parts of, it looks like Clay County, Georgia here. Maybe some pretty large hail occurring, moving across State Route 1 here soon. You have some wind enhancement to some extent as well in here as we go to our base velocity, and then the storms off toward the east here. You see the two areas we're watching warned. Definitely interesting, and some more accent off toward the west as well. So thunderstorms containing a large elevated reflectivity core that are progressing quickly eastward across Coffee County will move across Bacon and northern Ware here as we go ahead and broaden that view back out through about 7:45 or so. Hail up to about quarter size, wind gusts to 50. Localized flooding will be possible there, maybe around Nichols, for instance, as well. So we'll be watching that through sunset. We'll give you an update back at 7:30. We'll be back at 7:30 with more, unless we get something more imminent, like another tornado warning popping up. But great news, kind of talking about some different things. That rotation broadened on out there near Albany. No longer any warnings in place. So continue to watch things, of course, but right now you're probably okay to go ahead and come out of your safe rooms there, but still be monitoring things. You have that lightning potential, that lower end wind potential, this under severe limits possible in that region as well. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. The bottom of the hour as we continue to watch the severe weather threat. You see some severe action here in southwestern Florida. We had a tornado warning expired there, canceled out for the Albany area about 15 minutes ago or so. But watching some more action here, and we'll go ahead and broaden the view out a little bit to tell you there's another severe area of action that we're gonna go ahead and keep our eyes on here as we look north away across some of this inner area, some of this out of our area. But this warning does go here until it looks like, as I broaden it out just a little more, till about 7:45 for Coffee, Pierce, Atkinson, northwestern Ware, Bacon, and in southeastern Appling. So we're not talking about Appling or Bacon as part of our area, Bacon as part of our area, but we are seeing here Ware and then Pierce and Coffee. Atkinson's not in our zones either, but again, we're continuing to watch things. It's been a very busy day here. As you can tell, we still got several more hours of coverage to go. Got more storms back to the west here. So we just have to be very mindful of what's going on within the radar echoes. I know that warning just got updated out toward Pierce and Ware and over toward Coffee for hail upwards maybe a quarter size, maybe a little bit bigger than that, about an inch and a fourth in diameter, in fact. But the storms here off toward the west are ones that bear watching here. We'll go ahead and kind of point some of this action out. Starting to get maybe more of a line formation back here. It is may end up being the area that we watch more as we're seeing the storms kind of get more toward north central Florida later on, with this being the last round. It seems like that'll be the case here as we continue to track things in the Weather Center. So I'll be back about 8 o'clock unless I need to break back in a little bit earlier than that. But we also have this action here in Morgan. Need to watch for Albany, maybe ping pong ball size hail possible here. And this warning that goes for Clay, Randolph, northwestern Baker, Calhoun, northern Early, and southwestern Terrell until 7:45. That severe thunderstorm was located near Fort Gaines a little while ago. It's moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So we'll be watching toward Albany here in a little bit. I know some really strong winds in Alabama being indicated in Coffee County. They're talking about near Elba there, 70 to 75 mile an hour winds. So more dangerous conditions coming in. Some hail just in the severe criteria possible right now near Dickey. We were just tracking this area around Dickey with another storm that was rotating that has a tornado warning on it, and now another round of action moving on through with some large hail possible there. So definitely dangerous, definitely hazardous. You have that hail showing up here pretty well. Another pretty rural zone, but here the ward area is not far away from the community of Beach and Dixie Union. So stay tuned. We'll keep you updated. Be back at 8 unless we have some more information or we need to pop one sooner. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some type of watch that comes into play further off here toward the east and toward the south at some point, and we'll let you know about it. As soon as that comes on out, you'll see that pop up on the screen. Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in a little bit early at 7:45 for the severe weather updates. We got some new warnings to talk about. I know we're watching a storm east of Tipton, really seeing that within our radar echoes. But first, let's talk about what's happening around Albany. I have our analyzer software pulled on up now, so let's go ahead and switch over there. You'll be able to see a little bit of wind enhancement here as we're looking near the Doherty, and it looks like Terrell County line. So kind of tracking this as it does move here over the next little bit across parts of the area. You see here as we're looking at enhancement of wind there, pretty strong overall, maybe a little weak rotation as we saw on Storm Relative, but really watching that enhancement of wind moving toward Albany. So you had that tornado warning drop, but now another area here of some severe hazards moving on in. So don't lay your guard down here in Albany with some more action. Just another round of a really nasty day that it's been there towards southwestern Georgia. Now east of Tipton, watching some rotation off of the Fort Rucker radar. I'm going to go over our Moody radar here in just a second to see if we can give you a better vantage point on this, because you might be able to see what's happening a little bit better closer toward the surface there, because this is looking up higher up within the storm, but we're watching things a little bit closer to the surface as well there, where with that severe thunderstorm warning that's in play for parts of Ben Hill, Berry, and Irwin and Tift until 8 o'clock. Weather Service issued that here just in the last few minutes, so we're going to go ahead and talk about that because there's a tornado possible tag included with that warning there. We do have some broad areas of rotation, it looks like, within this. So let's go ahead now. We have our Moody radar up, going between so many different radars here. You can see some areas of rotation. In fact, I'll put our mouse on so I can point this out for you here a little bit better. One area near Ocilla there along Dogwood Road, and then another area down toward the south here. It looks like we're watching some of this here as well. So nothing really tight. I think that area near Ocilla might be a little tighter, but nothing really sticking out at us too much right now. You can kind of see the other mode here. The Doppler is showing some stuff a little bit more prominently down toward the south, as we just got a new warning issued here for parts of it. Looks like Calhoun, Clay, Quitman, and Randolph until 8:30. So getting some more warnings on the board. That's for some action coming out of Alabama. So we have our Fort Rucker radar pulled up for that on our analyzer. So let me go ahead and tell you what's happening. Some hail there in the Lake Park area still being tied to bad. It was so significant earlier that we were seeing there with that storm, just a well-defined structure. But let's go ahead now. We have our analyzer in here. You'll be able to see this area moving in from Alabama into Georgia. We're seeing 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail there going Abbeville and Alabama. But again, tracking this off toward the east at 60 miles an hour or so. So let me go ahead and put on some of our tracks for this. You'll be able to see here getting into what it looks like southwestern Georgia here. Not in the too distant future here. You see about 15 minutes or so crossing between Alabama and Georgia. So we're going to be watching winds in excess of 70 in another area in western Dale County. So I know we're watching more of that. That's headed toward Ozark here. So, it's moving toward, let me correct that. It's moving toward western Dale. So right now in Coffee County, Alabama, though. That's really strong wind, folks. That's some of the stronger wind that we've seen here in that straight line fastened day. So definitely something out of our area to watch. I mean, we're seeing some pixels so up close to 80. Let me make sure we have this all aligned here in our system. I'm going to take off some other information real quick. And we'll pull up our storm relative now. You even have a little rotation there. So that'd be something to watch downstream as we track that off eventually in about an hour or so, maybe getting into toward southwestern Georgia, that we've seen these movements speed up with these storms, slow down at times as well. So it's something to definitely be mindful of here as we continue to look at different things here in the Weather Center. Definitely impressive wind, though, off toward the west, but with the warnings in our area, just want to talk about some of that here. Albany, about to get another area here of wind that's going to come on through, 60, 70 mile an hour wind moving on into toward the Albany area. So going ahead now and showing you that just in the next minute or two. Some areas already getting that probably here in Albany, at least on the western side of town. So definitely pretty nasty there. Some weak rotation, some weak areas of rotation to the south as well. Just a lot to watch here. We'll go to net rotation tracker. You see some areas of rotation, but nothing really tight, but there are some broad areas, and we have a warning off toward the east. I know we've kind of talked about it, but let's go ahead and go over to our Dear Earth computer here again. We have a warning there toward Pierce County, Georgia. A lot of this here going off more and maybe into toward Brantley County, it looks like. So that's part of our area, though. So let's go ahead and get into where that here with this severe storm again cutting in, because we've had quite a few areas kind of pulsed up on us. We wanted to break down a little bit more here. So this is north of Nahana, north of Waycross, but again, going to be headed here near the Blackshear area pretty soon. So nasty there. I know Ware County report, Bickley, 723, half inch size hail lasted for about 5 minutes. So the Saxon here is what's been causing some of that. Just a weird day for hail around here for sure. And we're seeing about half inch within our Doppler algorithms right now. The report there coinciding with maybe a little higher estimates in our program here, but still watching things pretty carefully in the Weather Center. We're going to go back off to the west now, see what's going on. We have 4 warnings in play. You see here the accent from Alabama. You got the storm moving into Ward Albany, the storm there east of Tipton, and even impacting Tipton to some extent, but some of the worst of that moving off there and out of the severe thunderstorm watch, ironically, and then the warning there for parts of Brantley County going toward Patterson, Blackshear over the next little bit as well. Some of this for that hail potential, that storm there in the eastern areas, more for just a quarter-size hail. The storm here, the one near Acilla per se, that's for the winds, but a weak area of rotation's been noted, some hail below severe limits. The warning for Albany for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-dollar size hail. And we're also, of course, as we go toward Albany, talking about Leesburg as well in there. And then as we get toward areas off west, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail there. And then out of our area, but going to be moving into our area eventually, we have some really high winds going up there in parts of southern Alabama, moving from, it looks like, areas there of Coffee County and Dale County. We'll be back at the top of the hour with more. Of course, if something breaks, though, like a tornado warning, we'll get on here sooner. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour as we continue to give you the latest information here on that severe weather threat. We have several warnings in play into southern Georgia right now, in fact. So let's go ahead and kind of break some of these down for you. I know toward Albany, we're getting some of the worst of the action here. Dougherty County, this warning going until about 8:30. We're talking about Dougherty, southern Lee, eastern Calhoun, southern Terrell, and western Worth counties here. That 60-mile-an-hour wind potential, half-dollar size hail. Also getting here toward the west, we have some action from Alabama entering in. More action out of our region entering in as well. That's pretty robust, moving toward Ozark. That's something to watch further downstream. You have some more of this here getting toward Ocilla. Had some weak rotation with this as well. A new warning was recently issued here. We're talking about Ocilla, Fitzgerald, Enigma under this. And in fact, we have some other tools in our toolkit that we can use. So let me go ahead and switch you on over here. We'll get over toward our radar and Moody Air Force Base on radar scope. We're actually getting a tornado vortex signature popping on up. So you can see that here. Maybe not too much rotation, but there's some winds contrasting at least. That's something to watch here. Could get a quick spin up along this line in this area here. Not too far away from Ambrose there, as we're looking toward Coffee County. So we'll see what the Weather Service in Jacksonville does with that, as I know a significant weather advisory is in play right now. But again, there's what we're talking about, circling that for you on the screen here. Continuing to watch some of this action. This right here, I have a significant weather advisory pulled up here on this other system that goes there for the next little bit, 42 minutes or so. They're talking about small hail. And they're not calling it severe at this point. It's the Weather Service in Jacksonville, but of course things can change in a hurry, and we'll continue to watch that here for sure. And then as we look here toward Patterson, getting the TVS off of the Moody radar for this, something interesting there. So let me go ahead and switch to our Jacksonville radar here. Ooh, that's a little bit concerning here. This is just about to move out of our viewing area though, but there's some rotation here in Brantley County. So that's something to watch here east of Patterson. There could be something because it's harder to see on the radar as we're getting higher up into the atmosphere, but some rotation there east and northeast of Patterson. So that's got to be something that bears watching for areas more toward the Savannah TV market at this point, but still interesting to see that here within our radar algorithms. So you see the lightning popping on up there as we continue to watch some of this action. We've talked about the stuff there as we've gotten over toward Ocilla, but let's go to the Valdosta radar just to look at this Albany action. Different perspectives can help sometimes. We just got another warning issued here as well. This is for an area toward the south and west, so let's just switch you on over here to the Moody radar. This is some really high wind near Arlington. This warning goes to 8:30. I know you can't really see that, so let me just pop this on so you can actually see some of that on your screen. I know it's a little hard to read, but southwestern Dougherty, southeastern Clay, southeastern Randolph, northwestern Baker, Calhoun County, as well as northeastern Early and southwestern Terrell until 8:30 here. At 8:01, a severe thunderstorm was located near Arlington, or 9 miles northeast of Blakely, moving east at 50. So we're watching that very carefully, of course, here in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead now. Broaden the view back out a little bit. We're seeing exactly what's going on. That's a lot of storms. Getting a little bit of a line formation here out ahead of the more supercellular structure we were seeing. That's starting to come together as well, which theoretically can reduce the tornado threat. But we have to watch here because sometimes you can still get spin-ups here within a line, organized line. We've seen that here at times. I mean, around even some of that today to some extent. So gonna have to go ahead and continue to watch that potential as we go ahead and reset now. We'll reset our maps. You see the warnings right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in the viewing area. So that means we'll come back up at 8:15 with more information. We came back at 7:45 with an update as well. But this area just about out of our viewing circle at this point, which is good. The area here, as we're looking north of Enigma, south of Fitzgerald, Irwin, north central Berry, and northeastern Tiff, southeastern Ben Hill counties until 8:30 at 7:56. A severe thunderstorm located near Ocilla, moving east at 50 miles an hour. The storminess around Albany here, severe thunderstorm near Morgan a little while ago, but again in the Albany area, really seeing some of that move across at this point. As you can see some hail popping up outside of warnings. And then as we look here, you see some of this action, some maybe rotation, some hail here as we're looking northeast of Blakely. And then the other storminess coming into the picture as well. The one warning here for areas of southwestern Doherty, we already talked about this one, goes into 8:30 with some other counties as well. And then, of course, the action entering in from Alabama into Georgia, watching some of that with that wind potential, quarter size hail as well. So there's a lot going on, trying to recap things for you. So much on our view here, definitely seeing that. I think we just had a new warning pop up while we were tracking things. So let me go ahead and get in here. This is an area here for Irwin, or let's try that again. I just saw it pop up in our system. This is going to be for Irwin, northwestern Berrien, north central Colquitt, Tip, south central Ben Hill, and southeastern Worth until about 8:45. Moving east at 55 miles an hour. So I know we had these temperatures cool off some up there, but it wasn't enough to dampen things as we saw in terms of the severe threat, as we saw conditions warm back up some around, and that's something you always have to watch out for here in this type of setup. We'll be back here by 8:15 with more information, so stay tuned out there as we're just seeing things still get going here with all the other characteristics and profiles that are really helping things go within the atmosphere. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center breaking in for a tornado warning right now just issued by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee for parts of Berry and Tipton, Worth counties here. This goes to about 8:45. At 8:10, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located, it looks like, 7 miles northwest of Norman Park or 11 miles southeast of Sylvester, moving east at about 55 miles an hour. Again, watching this very carefully here. Toward Berry and Tipton, Worth. The radar indicated rotation. Roy picking up with this, so gonna have to Roy be careful here. You see that Roy popping out on our latest scan of our rotation detector. Pretty rural area right now, but we have to watch downstream because eventually 75 will be in the path of this. This is really tight rotation as we go over toward our other product right now. You can see here right near Wrights Chapel Road, a possible tornado in this vicinity. So we need to go ahead and get people into shelter here, folks. In this area around Tipton, for instance, this is some gate to gate that's showing up really strong here. A possible tornado on the ground in southern Georgia. No dropout necessarily there yet for a tornado. Maybe some dropout for hail, but we have to be watching here. That's really tight gate to gate. One of the tighter signatures I've seen, at least on this mode of the Doppler radar today. So we need to be really careful here. I know we've been switching between some different modes, that's why I say that, but sometimes they show rotational areas a little bit differently here. But a tornado warning in play now to 8:45. We're watching things, yeah, really tight over on radar scope. So we need folks in shelter here. Wanted to jump on as quick as possible with this because of what we're seeing within the Doppler radar algorithm. So we're going to go ahead and continue to track this now. Radar scope technology, definitely keeping an eye on things here as well here this evening, trying to give you that latest heads up to protect you and your friends, your family. You see, that's this incredible gate to gate really compared to what we've seen in some of these storms today. I mean, we have 34, 37, 53, 57. So you do the math there, 57 plus 34. So of course we're getting to about 91 miles an hour or so of rotation here. So you're really watching this. I'll kind of it's just updated in the weekend, which is great news, and that's how things can change in just one scan. But you can see right near that mark there on the screen, I'll kind of finish boxing that in. You can see that rotation, but then the update there, you can see how things kind of transition on off. So tornado warning in play, weaker area of rotation at this point, which is good, but we saw it earlier with another storm, how things can ramp back up very quickly here. So gotta be on guard. Tornado warning until 8:45, including Tipton, Ty, as well here is Phillipsburg. We're going to be tracking that area of rotation. Let me go ahead and pop back our other software now on the screen. That's just really tight rotation showing up in the last scan. I would assume that'll go down some in our latest update when that comes through with this software. But that's some extraordinarily tight rotation, at least based on Rotation Tracker and how it views the situation. So again, we're going to get another scan here on that in a moment, which should coincide with what we saw on radar scope. But here's our DR level software, which is a little behind, and you just saw it update load there as this area of rotation gets near State Road 256. So a possible tornado here in southwestern, and now we're talking about south central Georgia, I should say, as we're kind of moving away from southwestern Georgia at this point with this. But you kind of get the idea here, getting this area of rotation to show up here for parts of Worth County under this warning, as well as Tipton and Berry until 8:45. And then we're getting some rotation off toward the east as well in parts of Coffee County. That could be something, might be side lobe contamination, but also could be some type of rotation there. We'll just have to watch as we're looking toward, it looks like Ambrose Road, I believe I saw in there. Just checking my mouse here, State Route 32. There, I know road will kind of come and go as you're moving your mouse around, but again, we're watching here near Tipton, getting in toward this area. You see here some pretty high wind values nonetheless, but that rotation kind of left us there after popping on up, prompting the tornado warning to be issued. Now weakening down, but tighten back up as we get closer toward areas around Tipton. So tornado warning until 8:45. We're 8:16, so I'm going to stick with this a little bit longer here to see what the Weather Service says and does about this. We have several other warnings on the board as well. So let's go ahead and widen that view out here. I'll get you a look at things, and we'll try to give you a little bit better heads up on what's happening there as we kind of try to reset a little bit. There's so many warnings at this point, and they're in an odd formation. It's kind of hard to keep track of them, but we'll try to let you know what's going on. I'll turn off the significant weather advisories too, just so we're not cluttering the screen up too much. So we'll go over now toward our radar scope technology here. This will kind of help us out. So what's going on here once again. You see our different polygons in place. So we have 1, 2, and these get updated anytime. 3. Then we have 4, 5. You have your, and that's not a good 5, but you get the idea. 6 with the tornado warning there. And then we have number 7. That's a 7 warnings in play right here, right now. You get the idea. So if I'm counting those right, that tells you just how busy we are right now. It's 7 different warnings in play. So again, though, tornado warning for Tifton here. So we're going to continue to watch this very carefully. I've seen a little something here, not too far west of Omega here, about 3 or 4 miles an hour. Omega, sometimes pronounced a little differently here depending on where you're at. So I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that or I've mispronounced some of these different communities today. We try our best, but and I know this area pretty well, being from around here, of course, and tracking the weather in North Florida, South Florida for a while. But again, I just want to go ahead and make sure that we're letting you know occasionally we can't pronounce and be every town exactly correct there. But we're going to go ahead and see things off toward Albany here. We're looking off of Moody, but you have some wind there. Morgan, Leary, it looks like we're going to have to watch for that potential. We have just different areas here that are noteworthy within our Doppler radar algorithms for sure. So what we're going to go ahead and do now, I think I'm going to go ahead. I know right now I'm sitting down here in our weather center, but I'm going to go ahead and get ready to stand on up here in just a moment so we can give you the latest information here. We're just watching things as they do transpire on this Saturday evening. Again, meteorologist Casey Cloud here, trying to keep you and your family safe, as we just got a warning for parts of Coffee County. So I guess that makes 8 warnings on the board now here. That one goes to about 8:45 or so for that hail threat. I'm not really mentioning wind right there, but you just got to be on guard there in that vicinity for sure, as the things is so active here on this Saturday evening. We're just continuing to watch things very carefully. I have so many different areas to watch, so we're going to go ahead and switch you back over to Chroma Key now, I think, as we continue to watch this again. We'll keep an eye on this tornado warning scenario, as we're now getting reports of multiple trees down in and around Elba there from the most recent severe thunderstorm warning in Coffee County, Alabama. So that's definitely something that's worth noting there. But now we'll jump back to the camera. Back on here, looking at our radar indicated rotation. Still showing up pretty well on our rotational software. Talking about maybe some of this moving off a little further toward the east within this. But again, the tornado warning for Tifton till about 8:45. Northeastern Berrien tipped, as well as southeastern Worth County, as the Weather Service is talking about more of the action here in the Jacksonville jurisdiction as well. We'll broaden the view out, put the radar back on. They're talking that the next wave of storms is moving across Coffee County, Jeff Davis County as well. That's out of our region, but the cell just north of Douglas and Coffee contains a large elevated reflectivity core and will be capable of producing large hail and gusty winds that moves rapidly eastward. Locations just north of Douglas toward West Green during the next 10 minutes. As the storm could approach areas there of Bacon County in the next little bit toward 8:45. And now getting information in out of Mitchell County that multiple trees are down there. Vehicle accidents due to water over the road. Some severe flooding in some spots too, so you got to be cautious with that. Let's go back over to radar scope now as we give you the other perspective again. Still watching things very carefully here this evening. Luckily, things for the most part have really stayed up north of I-10 here, so that's some good news. But eventually we're going to see this accident come on down. But we're going to hopefully see that be really maybe after the FSU graduation gets done there for the College of Communication and Information and the College of Social Work You see some of the storminess there. Ward Bamber's there. As we kind of move your mouse around here, move it down a little bit more, but hopefully I'm not going to see any type of severe weather with that. It doesn't look like at this point. But we'll go ahead and go to our Tallahassee radar real quick to survey this, just to make sure something's not ramping up on us. Sometimes on this southern end, you can get things to ramp on up. So I haven't seen anything really talk too much about this stuff here toward the south, but we'll go ahead and look in here. Not seeing much at all, which is good news, at least in terms of that. But as we look toward the north, again, a tornado warning in play. Several other warnings here on the board, so we'll go ahead and count them out again. 1, 2, 3, getting over toward Albany, that's 4. Then, of course, we have 5 here, 6 with a tornado warning, 7, and then 8 it looks like. That's something you don't normally see here around. And this is something, I know you can't see the 1 too well on the screen, but I just take my word for it there as we're looking off toward the west of the axis, coming in from Alabama to Georgia here. The multiple rounds of severe storms coming on here across the area. They're continuous east to west line, west to east line of storms from near Enterprise to Tipton will track across the region for the next couple of hours, where all severe hazards will remain possible. So gotta be careful there. I know some of our different things will sometimes come up on our computer here, so let's go ahead and switch you back over to camera now. Still tracking things here on a Saturday night. When you're on for almost 12 hours or so, you'll start to kind of have little things here and there in the coverage, little bugs in the coverage, but you get the idea here. We are tracking now another severe warning toward Alabama until 8:15 Central Time. That's for Coffee, Dale, Geneva, Henry, Houston, out of our area, but eventually they're going to be seeing some of that translate on over. So definitely worth noting. Let's go over back toward our Moody radar now. We'll be able to see what's going on in that vicinity. Kind of get an idea of what's happening there. Toward Tipton, for instance, we'll see Phillipsburg as well on the map here. Kind of getting an idea of what's happening there. Seeing some rotation here. Not really tight, but seeing some pretty high wind pixels here. You can kind of see them. I'm boxing them in for you guys. I see maybe something up to the north near Tipton as well here within our radar echoes. Something interesting to note here with that heavy rainfall. Could be bringing something down to the surface around Tipton there with the wind energy. The update from the Weather Service is tracking the circulation there southeast of Sylvester by 11 miles or so. As we kind of zoom on out, that was when the warning was issued. So 11 miles are right in here. So maybe up here, but again, maybe more down toward the south. As things kind of transpire, it kind of gets so tricky. These rotations haven't been really obvious. Of course, we had the one that was obvious here with this a little while ago, and that's not what you want to see. But right now, things are a little more of one where we have an easterly type movement here versus a northeasterly type movement within this. So kind of see how it's real tight there for a frame or two. Could add something evolving, but a weaker situation at the moment. I'll go ahead and stop that. Getting word now there's going to be a flash flood warning coming from Mitchell northeastward into parts of, it looks like, Tipton, Irwin, because of the trend in the storms, creating a flash flood risk through the evening hours. So not what you want to hear about, but it's kind of not a surprise considering what we've been seeing. Now that rotation we're getting on the radar here near Douglas, something worth noting. It might just be contamination, but there could be something there with the Douglas. So just a heads up if you hear that roaring noise. Just go ahead and take shelter just in case. Don't know if there's any type of tornadic situation, but you never know. Now getting a report near Tipton. This is just coming into the chat session, so let's go back over here. Now getting the report of some golf ball size hail near Carpenter Road, south of 82 there in Tipton. So hail is occurring with this storm. Maybe not a tornado, or maybe a tornado earlier, but we are getting reports of hail right now in Tipton, the golf ball size. It's a little larger than maybe what I was seeing on some more information, but let's go ahead and get a live look at that as we go between some of our different computers here. We'll go ahead and show you what's happening here as we see that flash flood warning pop on up. Our hail isn't really showing up too much on here, but sometimes they have so much rain. I mean, there's so much going on. Not necessarily seeing that hail, what's reaching the surface. So radar generally overestimates that, but in this case, it's underestimating things on our broad perspective, and even on our other perspective, only showing 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So interesting to see how nasty the storm this is relatively in terms of that hail size. That flash flood warning just issued to 11:30 there for parts of Ben Hill, Colquitt, Irwin, Tip, Turner, Worth, Mitchell. Let's look over the last 12 hours of the rain, and then we'll kind of see the last hour, the last 12 hours or so. Talking about here some different numbers, 5 or 6 inches here toward areas around Tifton, and you can kind of see here 1 or 2 inches in the more recent term, and that's adding to that flash flooding potential here. So nasty night around Tifton right now in parts of Tift County there. Possible tornado as well, but we're not sure on that. The rotation set up a little bit tighter on rotation tracker. So, we're starting to see something maybe tighten up a little here in this area. Maybe something near Tifton. It's hard to say. So what we're going to do real quick, I know this tornado warning does continue. We're going to take a quick break here in the cover to back about 8:30 or so as we're watching right near 75, maybe a little something near Tifton, but we're watching more toward the south here on the frame. Before that, we'll just watch and continue to track here in the Weather Center. Back here with more coverage from the Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing to track some different things here, looking at some of our tools behind the scenes as well. We do have some rotation here near 75 and Tifton, so definitely something to watch here. You can kind of see a broad rotation, a broad level rotation in that latest scan, which is kind of interesting to see. Hopefully nothing maybe reaching the surface in terms of a tornado, but interesting to get that update here for sure. Doesn't look like it based on the debriefed Texan, but still interesting to see that broad circulation, the hail around Tifton as well here in that general vicinity. We've been tracking that potential here over the last little bit. I know we have a storm there near Douglas that's kind of interesting as well. Just got a new warning here as we have the latest coming in now for parts of Calhoun, Daugherty, Lee, Terrell, and Worth until 9:15. So the thunderstorm warning is that storm there as we're tracking it about 11 miles east of Morgan or 7 miles east of Leary, and it is tracking east at about 55 miles an hour. Morgan, Sylvester, Albany, Putney, Leesburg, getting over toward Leary, East Albany, Marine Corps Logistics Base, I should say, as was Turner City under this. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning, of course, to the south and the east there that we've been tracking in the Tifton area. We had really tight rotation earlier, not as tight at the moment, but still watching it there. Got some more action on the western side of that polygon. It's not really tornadic, but the rotation's more off toward the east, the areas we've been watching with that. So the tornado warning does continue for another 14 minutes or so in the red polygon. Interesting still to see what we're tracking near old western and West Green Highway there in Coffee County. And you see more wind energy coming out of Alabama as well. You can see that we've had some damage out that way for sure. Getting those details here into the Weather Center. This warning for parts of it looks like Dale, Henry, Western Clay, Northwestern Early goes to about, looks like 845 or so. It was for 70 on the wind, now down to 60 here. As we now look off toward Dothan, you see another area there. So right now, down a little bit on our thunderstorm warnings. Of course, we have a flash flood warning as well. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, a tornado warning, and a flash flood warning. So 6 total warnings. As we're now getting information about no damage so far there in the Tifton area, the Eldorado Road zone, but still going to be tracking it. That storminess around and see what comes of that there in Tift County. The radar indicated rotation pretty broad in nature as it moves toward Enigma. We'll be watching that Alafaya here as well over the next little bit. So we're going to continue to watch things. The active tornado warning will go away pretty soon. At least the one off toward the west. We'll have to see if it gets extended off toward the east based on some radar indicated rotation that's pretty weak right now. But we'll give you updates here. I'll be back at 45 past unless something more imminently comes out from the National Weather Service. Back with you here in the Weather Center at 8:45. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here, getting some new information toward the Weather Center. I see parts of Coffee County now under a flash flood warning there until 12:45. With this all the rain in the picture, seeing that rain train over different areas. Such a busy and really active pattern that we're seeing around. You see there again the tornado warning not on the board at this point, but we're still watching at least some areas of weak rotation we'll monitor, but things not as definitive within the radar echoes at this point. We're looking off the Fort Rucker radar for some of the accent off toward the west. You see a severe thunderstorm warning here to 9:30 for parts of Doherty and Clay here in southwestern Georgia, Randolph, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell. At 8:37, a severe thunderstorm was located over Fort Gaines, moving east at about 60. Abbeville, Fort Gaines, Morgan, Blakely, as well as areas there around Dawson, Edison, Arlington, Selman under this. So just kind of giving you an idea. Albany getting into some more severe action there. Doherty County. I've seen some wind enhancement there, definitely. It's hard to tell exactly what's reaching the surface here for sure, but we're continuing to watch it here in the Weather Center. So just kind of stay tuned. Now toward Tifton, you see some of the storminess there. Down toward that area, we had the tornado warning and probably have a more nasty action here coming into focus. It looks like we're looking further up on the Doppler, but we'll get our other radar tuned back into this here. Our Moody radar, of course, which is keeping an eye on things very carefully. It's keeping a close eye. As I'm seeing our area of rotation now. Let's go ahead and go over to our radar scope. Seeing our area of rotation, maybe ramp back up a little bit. This is what we have to watch things carefully. You see this right here, just east of Enigma, northwest of Alafaya. So just gotta watch. May get a tornado warning here. We're watching this area pretty carefully now as we go back over toward our reflectivity products. So there's that area in consultation and correlation with it. We'll kind of loop this around this for the last little bit so you kind of get an idea of what's going on here. Let's see that movement, see how the potential for that wind has kind of ramped up. You see how things are together, but now they're kind of tightening up a little bit on that last frame or so, getting a little bit brighter. Have to be mindful of something like that spinning on up here in the word part of the area. So just definitely be careful with that. No active tornado warnings at this point, but we're going to continue to watch with several severe thunderstorm warnings on the board here. 1, 2, 3, and then we have number 4 plus 2 flash flood warnings and more action coming from the west here as well. So busy evening continues here in the Weather Center. Let's go ahead and go back on over here. Go back on over now towards ER level 3. We're watching things here again further away on our one radar. Let's go to our Moody radar. We'll load that in here to get a better examination of things toward Tifton and I-75, trying to give you that latest information. Latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family on this Saturday evening. As we just got another warning issue now for parts of Coffee County, and tornado warning for parts of Berrien and Irwin. We were just talking about something maybe trying to get going again, and we just got a severe thunderstorm watch now issued as well. For parts of Brantley, Camden, Charlton, Glens, Coffee, Eccles, Glen, Pierce, where you kind of get the idea to about 1 a.m. So going to be tracking that potential in southern Georgia. But there's that circulation. It's tightened up even more now. We're now getting pixels over 70 miles an hour, gate to gate over 100 now. So this tornado warning just being issued by the Weather Service in Tallahassee. The office in Jacksonville probably be following suit here soon. This is near County Road 243 now. A possible tornado just north of Alafaya, the downtown part of Alafaya per se. As we track this over into parts, it looks like of Coffee County here over the next little bit. We'll be watching, but this tornado warning for northeastern Irwin or southeastern Irwin, northeastern Berrien until 9 o'clock at 8:48. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Alafaya or 11 miles south of Ocella. Mainly rural areas, but gotta be watching. That's a really tight area of rotation here that we're seeing within the radar echoes. Definitely gotta be on guard here with a possible tornado near, it looks like, County Road 237, the Nugent Horton Road area, Gotta be careful. Let's see if there's any debris drop out here. We had one about 12 hours ago, of course, with the axe and some different areas we were watching there earlier on. Haven't seen a lot of debris dropouts for tornadic circulations. I know we're continuing to watch this. We're also watching some storms up toward Atlanta that are pretty nasty as well. I just kind of reference that real quick as we look here. This circulation, again, some Roy-type rotation here showing up, winds maybe in excess of 100 miles an hour, about 100 miles an hour of gate-to-gate shear. We're seeing this here in toward parts of southern Georgia. Tornado warning on the board to 9, a new warning that may be issued here downstream. Okay, you just heard it right when I said it. New warning downstream now. The storm, the lower level rotation in it. That warning just issued. So let me go ahead and pull that back up as we just got a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm watch information to come down here on the wire. That new tornado warning is till 9:30 for southern Coffee and northwestern Atkinson. At 8:50, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located there near Alafaya, or 9 miles northwest of Willacoochee. Moving east at about 50 miles an hour, so gotta be on guard there. We're watching things very carefully here. We do cover parts of Atkinson, and Coffee, of course. Just clarifying that. I think I said earlier we don't cover Atkinson, but it is part of our area, of course. Just so much going on, so I apologize for that. But we do cover Atkinson, cover Coffee, of course, as well. So tracking things very carefully here in the Weather Center. You can see that rotation really tight. That's one of the tighter rotations we've seen now today, just ramping back up on us. As that's just the nature of things sometimes here with the setup that we have. Now this is a pretty rural area, but that is really tight on radar scope technology as well here. So let's go back over to our radar scope. We'll kind of look at this here, give you a little bit better perspective on what's going on. That is some wind that is really getting up there as we're tracking things. This is 73. You saw a pixel in here, 78, 43. So maybe winds to 120 miles an hour now at the surface. Luckily, a pretty rural area, but northeast of Alafaya, you see that notch on this. May get a debris signature pretty soon with this in this vicinity. Got to be on guard for that, and maybe getting one now. That could just be the inflow there, but let's check that. See if that's matching up with our circulation. Going ahead and checking on that, and it could be a debris signature. I gotta go ahead and look at our other source here. So just bear with me. Give me just a moment. We're gonna go ahead and get that on the screen. Once again here, checking on this area right here in the southern Georgia. Seeing something there that could be a debris signature or the inflow. As we go ahead and zoom out just for a second, you see here the warnings in play. But let's get back down in there once again. We got that tornado warning situation here. That circulation, that spin. We're going to go ahead and place the marker right here. Definitely could be something in there. Could just be the inflow, though, when you look at reflectivity. That actually matches up more with the inflow. Even though the velocity would say otherwise. You look at that, and that looks more like inflow to me, which would be good news. Not a tornado signature as of yet, but still watching things very carefully, of course. We'll go ahead now and switch you back on over to our other source here in just a moment. If you'll bear with me here. Again, we have so many different things going on here this evening. Just so much happening, of course, here in the Weather Center. Trying to give you that latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. We'll go ahead now and zoom back on in here. That's some really strong wind. Really strong wind in here, 85 one way on the radar site. So this is moving into toward Coffee County now. A tornado warning till 9:30. Really seeing this radar indicated rotation so up strongly here in toward southern Georgia. This tornadic circulation within the radar algorithm. So gotta go ahead and be inside, be away from windows here as we're getting those values up there very high right now. A lot of that could just be that inflow as well, which is interesting to see. But some of that wind could definitely be reaching the surface here with the rain, maybe with a spin-up tornado, something like that, as we're getting reports off in Alabama still. Uh, yeah, the report there of quarter-size hail hitting a patrol vehicle as we reach our 12-hour mark in our coverage. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, still watching things for you to keep you, your friends, your family safe. And 12 hours later, still tracking a tornado warning over southern Georgia. One of our more impressive signatures that we've seen here with the velocity values showing up within the Doppler radar algorithms. We'll look down toward the south here. We have some wind enhancement south of Tifton. Wind enhancement here as we get closer toward Albany as well. Severe warning out for them until about 9:15, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible in that vicinity. So we'll take a quick break. Be back by about 9 o'clock or so or more, watching things very carefully across southern Georgia with some very tight rotation. Tornado warning until 9 for parts of Berrien and Irwin, till 9:30 for parts of Atkinson and Coffee. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming back on here at the top of the hour as we have tornado warning conditions here in southern Georgia. Just saw one polygon drop off here at 9 o'clock for parts of Berry and Irwin, but Atkinson and Coffee still until 9:30 under a tornado warning here with some radar indicated rotation. You can see it really tight here still, moving right in. That is some very bright reflectivity values that we're seeing. We'll get another update on this in a moment. I'm going to go ahead and see if we have one on our other system real quick. And we're getting some really high values still over on our radar scope. We got an update over there, so let me go ahead and show you what that displays. These are some really high wind numbers, 93, 94, 96, and then 59 the other way of some of that is actually reaching the surface. So this may not all be reaching here, may not actually be on the ground, but if it were to be on the ground, we're talking about winds in excess of 100 miles an hour, so got to be really careful here in this vicinity. You have quite a bit of lightning around as well. And we're getting at night now, so it'd be hard to see the tornado. You don't want to be looking for it if there is one, but the lightning would theoretically illuminate it from time to time if it is on the ground. As we just got another radar scan now as we're tracking this here. You see Douglas on our map as well here in the vicinity. We're kind of tracking that over there in toward parts of Coffee County. So let me go ahead and see this here again. You see it wrapping on up a little bit, to some extent at least. But that area there of what may be some type of signature in our correlation coefficient, that matches up more with the inflow. That matches up more with inflow here than the actual circulation, and that's good news. I'm going to go ahead and switch systems here. I noticed getting some updates here into the Weather Center, so make sure I didn't miss anything on our other system right here. I noticed I didn't see that red box in our other system, but haven't seen it go away, and I wouldn't expect it to go away. Let me just see if it's in here somewhere. I don't see it for some reason. Interesting, but we do, I think, still have that tornado warning in play. It must have just went away inadvertently because they wouldn't drop a rotation like this here. Even if maybe we're not getting a debris signature still, it's such a tight rotation. You got to be taking your tornado precautions here near Douglas. So if you're in Douglas, go ahead, get inside, get away from windows here. We'll go back to radar scope once again, I think. Just give you another perspective on things. Just try to go ahead and stick with you a little bit as we're watching more toward Douglas here over the next little bit. Things pretty nasty in that vicinity here in southern Georgia for sure. Again, tracking this here. The movement on this is the tornado warning not really popping up. There we go. East at about 45 miles an hour. So that's your movement on that here in towards southern Georgia. The tornado warning here, that is going to about 9:30. So kind of give you an idea of that movement. You see here now, or it could be getting here into where maybe Bacon County, which is out of our area, the Warning Clip Coffee County, and parts of even into Ward Brantley County as well. So gotta be watching out for that here. Another warning in on the screen, so I'll go ahead move away from this right now, but still watching things very carefully here this evening for sure. Just interesting to watch here within our radar algorithms. The circulation here is really tight. Hope we don't get a debris signature because this could be a pretty significant tornado if it were to touch down here. As the warning does continue to 9:30 at 9:02. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles north of Willacoochee, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So, gonna be watching this get closer here to Ward. It looks like the road that takes you there between Pearson and Douglas, that's US Highway 221. The wind here just showing up so strong. This is a 100-mile-an-hour wind within our algorithms, so we have to just be on guard here as we are watching things. This will be tracking. It looks more like Coffee and then clipping maybe far northern Ware with some type of warning. And Pierce County here going to be watching as well. It looks like as we just got another update here in our system. So just trying to get an idea of exactly what that was here as we just got the severe thunderstorm warning trimmed back a little bit. So let's go ahead and go back on over here. So it's been a busy day, folks. I want to make sure we're giving you the very latest. Let's go ahead and check on this rotation still. We're seeing that really tight here southwest of Douglas. These winds very strong in this area. You see Douglas here about 10 miles away this morning going for coffee. Let me pop back on camera. We're just trying to go between some things here. We're talking about coffee, we're talking about bacon, where maybe, and then Pierce. Let me clarify that. I think I said Brantley. This is what happens again when you're going between so many things, getting a little disoriented here. But again, we're talking about Pierce County with this clip and not Brantley. Brantley should be all right, but Pierce County is what would be clipped by this area of rotation. So we're going to continue to watch this here, and that's really tight within our radar algorithms. And the Weather Service is talking about and emphasizing that the Douglas community needs to take shelter now. The possible tornado to the west may attract just to the south or potentially go directly over Douglas. So we need to be in shelter in that area. We'll take a quick break here in the cover. Be back by about 9:10 or so with more information as we continue to watch things from our Weather Center. Back here in the Weather Center at 9:10, meteorologist Casey Cloud still watching that circulation here in southern Georgia. Let's go ahead now and switch you on over to our analyzer computer. We have that pulled back up now as we're tracking things very, very closely here because our rotation is extremely tight. You're seeing these brighter colors here that put the mouse on, indicative of wind 70 to 80. That's going away from the Doppler radar per se here in this vicinity. I know we're looking at Moody's, so really watching that wind go away from the radar and then the wind going toward the radar here and getting that to about 40 miles an hour or so. So we're talking about 120 miles an hour gate to gate shear, give or take, in this vicinity. And that could produce a serious tornado if this were to be translated to the surface, as we just got another update here, looking at some different things, seeing these winds here again, upward of 100 miles an hour, give or take here. And let's see if we have any type of debris signature. Ooh, okay, that might be yeah, that's a confirmed tornado, folks. That's a confirmed tornado. We have a tornado on the ground here in toward Coffee County. They're now confirming it. They're going to take it very close to the Douglas Airport here, folks. So that's what we were kind of concerned about. We now have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. A confirmed tornado in Coffee County, folks. I need to get people in this area. This situation's just been turned up a notch, unfortunately. We'll go ahead and put this track on here. And you can see it's going to be crossing US 221 in the next few minutes. That's obviously the most significant debris signature we've seen today here, folks. And it's just in a severe thunderstorm watch, but you can still get strong tornadoes here and a severe thunderstorm watch. That could be what we have right now here, folks. A confirmed tornado on the ground here in Coffee County as we're now escalating our level here of our conversation. This is now a very strong tornado according to the Weather Service, with debris being lofted up to 5,000 feet. And in fact, we can kind of look at that. Give me a second here using some new technology, but we'll try to look at that here in just a moment. Our debris detection will kind of help us on out here and see this debris as it's being lofted on up. A confirmed tornado in the Douglas area right now here in Coffee County. So we need folks in shelter here. Need to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible in this vicinity. A significant tornado situation is what we're tracking right now. Again, go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in this area. Confirmed tornado around Douglas. You see the polygon there turning a different color at this point. So watching things very carefully in there. Definitely seeing some of this tornado debris on our different systems here in this vicinity. Definitely getting in toward that. So be inside, be away from windows now. The radar confirmation of a tornado is not what you want to see, especially when at night here. So people really need to be taking shelter in this area, getting as many walls between themselves and the outside as possible. We're just really watching things very carefully right now. We'll go ahead and look here. State Road 135 in the path of this. There's your indication there. Debris ball now popping on up, it looks like, over rural parts of Coffee County. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in this area. Confirmed tornado on the ground here. Tornado on the ground in Coffee County. Take shelter now, as this is a no doubter, folks, within our radar algorithm, seeing the debris like that popping on up. So let's go over to our other mode of the Doppler real quick. We'll see that debris signature here right there near Pebble Lane, for instance. We'll go ahead and switch you on over toward that Pebble Lane here, where we've had the tornado, and then again going to be getting into toward Douglas here soon, near that Douglas Airport. They're sheltering now. It looks like they're going to advise of damage when it's safe to do so here in that vicinity. So a confirmed tornado now in the Douglas area. I've noticed our latest scan of debris detection on our other source weakening down a little, which is good news here. But we have to just watch because things can change in a hurry things can definitely change in a hurry here with this scenario that's in play. Getting that debris lofted on up there, higher up in toward the atmosphere, as we've referred to here over the last little bit. I'm just trying to give you that latest information here to keep everybody safe out there this evening. Really seeing that debris here in this vicinity. Just gotta again be inside, be away from windows here in this area. And in fact, I do have our debris detector pulled up a little bit better here. What we were kind of seeing just a second ago now. We have our cross-section tool on the board here to be able to see what I'm talking about now. And getting in here, that debris lofted 5, maybe a little bit higher up in terms of feet there, over 5,000 feet. That tornado there with the debris in parts of southern Georgia. So that is indicative of a strong tornado here. Maybe not one producing really high-end damage. It would be higher in terms of that level of debris being lofted. But again, watching this very carefully here. That's the viewpoint there. Definitely watching that. Definitely trying to give you the latest information here in the Weather Center. We'll go ahead now and move away from our cross-section mode here. And let's go ahead and go back on over to our other mode where that debris signature seems to be weakening some, which is good news. Hopefully this is a short-lived tornado because those winds translating to the surface would be able to support maybe a stronger tornado. And that's not what you want to talk about, obviously, here at night, Saturday night. As the warning just being issued downstream now for parts of Applin, Bacon, Coffee, Peterson, Ware for the confirmed tornado. I think we're going to go ahead and jump in front of the wall here in a moment to track this one out a little bit, just for the simple fact here that we're seeing a situation with that confirmed tornado like that. Wanted to make sure we give you the latest information first, though, of course, as you're tracking things very carefully here in the Weather Center. So we'll go ahead and get some things ready in front of the wall once again. Again, the tornado warning just issued downstream now for parts of, in our area, parts of Coffee, Peterson, Ware, until about 9:45 for a confirmed tornado here. This confirmed tornado in that Douglas vicinity, right near the airport, it seems. So you got to go ahead and be inside and away from windows here for sure. Confirmed tornado here in southern Georgia. Watching this very carefully here this evening. We're tracking the circulation here across parts of Coffee County. Could still have a tornado here at points, but the debris signature isn't as strong as it was a moment ago. So that's some good news, at least. Go back over to the wall now. I know, kind of switching around a little bit, but want to make sure we give you the latest information. So, again, we're watching this as weekend on out here, as I pointed out on the screen, but could ramp back up. We have our analyst mode on as well, so that's something I'll be tracking here too. But it's circulation right here, it looks like near Stardust Road with the debris that's been lofted. The tornado here near Willow Way here in toward parts of Coffee County. Again, U.S. Highway 221, if this were to touch back down or maybe pick up some more debris here, that's where the circulation will be going over here in the next few minutes. So, again, a tornado warning here. We'll go back over to our analyzer now. We're going between our different sources. A confirmed tornado within the algorithms. You can see how it just popped up there. So let's kind of walk you through the timeline. This was about 9:03 or so. Then about 9:06, you saw the debris started to pop out, and it was real clear at 9:08. Then at 9:11, there's that signature. And then we started to see it drop away a little, not as bright, but a clear debris signature within the Doppler radar algorithms. Rotation still there within this, so we could still get something to evolve. Maybe something even further to the north, closer toward the downtown area of Douglas. Something that's interesting to know within our algorithms here. So odd to see maybe a different spin up here on this, but the new tornado warning I see off toward the east of 9:45. Now Bacon's out of our area, but Ware is in our viewing circle here? And we're talking about the community of Beach and under this tornado warning. So let's go ahead and kind of reconfigure things here and make sure we're looking at this right and you kind of see how things change just a little bit here as we get the latest updates into our software. With the confirmed tornado moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So, in terms of that storm track, you see Beach may be getting into this depending on the exact movement of this over the next little bit. So, 15 and 30 minutes or so, maybe about 30 minutes away from the community of Beach in far northern Ware County here, just on the edge of our viewing circle at that point. But right now, again, we had a confirmed tornado touchdown in Coffee County here right near, it looks like US 221. So we're going to go ahead and jump back on camera again. Still tracking this out in the Weather Center. Tornado been reported here based on our radar indications. And we're just trying to look at things here very carefully for sure. Let's go over now, once again, the velocity as we see what could be in the path of this, and then we'll go ahead and zoom back at it. We don't have as many warnings on the board at the moment, which is good. Some of the accidents in Alabama, we're really not seeing that at this moment as robust here. So that's some great news. So we did have reports of some wind damage toward Atlanta. That won't be impacting our region, but just thought I'd pass it along. But right now we're down to a few severe thunderstorm warnings, and we just got a new one toward the south. Can't speak too soon, I guess, as we just got some wind enhancement now, maybe to 70 north of Barwick here, so got to be careful there. Maybe a circulation developing as well to generally be heading toward Hahira, so got to be watching that out there. But let's go back over toward our Debrida Texan. Seeing a little something still. Could still be a weak tornado or just maybe lots of debris from earlier showing on up. Saw that get a little bit bigger, but that could just be the way the radar is looking at things there. So again, tornado warning continuing until 9:30 for parts of Coffee. We're watching it as it goes by Douglas there and then toward Ware County. So we'll take a quick break in the coverage now. Watching that, just stay in your tornado safe area if you're under one of these tornado warning polygons. I'll be back by about 9:30 with more information on a busy night here as a new warning down toward the south. That's severe thunderstorm warnings for Berrien as well as Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, Lowndes, and Thomas till about 10:15 for 70-mile-an-hour winds. A weak area of rotation in there as well, so a tornado could spin up pretty quickly. We'll watch for that threat. back here in the Weather Center as we approach the bottom of the hour. We're tracking some tornado warnings here. The one for coffee about to go away, it looks like, but a new tornado warning in play off toward the east, including parts of, actually, let me clarify that, a little bit of coffee still under this other warning here. Part of the Albany TV market coffee, Roy, but part of the Jacksonville Weather Service jurisdiction. And the circulation still barely in coffee. So let me clarify that. We're in an area that we don't really talk about that much, to be honest, so it gets a little bit confusing, even though we cover you guys. I apologize. It's just a situation where we kind of cover you more during these tornado situations here sometimes. And looking back, we're not seeing debris now, but we did get a debris signature earlier. And unfortunately, getting reports in here now of some damage in the Bear Creek Mobile Home Park and the Bay Meadows area near Douglas. So unfortunate information coming in there as we're looking there on the southwest side and really southwest, about 5 miles or so of Douglas proper. Some damage being reported. Hopefully, the damage in that mobile home park didn't align really with the storm and the debris signature, because if it did, we could be having some pretty big problems, because that was a pretty strong tornado, I think, that touched down there for a few minutes in that vicinity, maybe in that EF2 type range, give or take, based on that debris height. So it's hard to say EF1, EF2, but mobile homes are not places you want to be in a tornado situation. So hopefully, the damage there is limited, but we'll find out more here soon as we watch this action now. A little bit of coffee still under the warning, so just to clarify that, and actually some of the spin still kind of on the edge of the warning here per se, but it's just tough to tell sometimes, and that's good when it's tough to tell, because it was clear a few minutes ago when we had that tornado on the ground here as we were tracking that off there on the southwest side and southwest of Douglas. So right now here closer toward Nichols, we're getting some rotation. Seeing that here move from parts of coffee in, and with the next frame or so, maybe 2 frames, we'll have this move closer toward Ware and Bacon counties. But this does include a little bit of coffee, so you're not quite in the clear yet. In Douglas, you are from this storm here. We have some more storms off toward the west for watching, and you still have the heavy rain and lightning threat around Douglas as well. So it's just a busy, busy night there indeed. You see, though, the rotation here. Seeing some of this here near Shellbell Road, and down toward the south, you have some areas of wind enhancement as well. Got to continue to watch those as we are tracking things here in the Weather Center. So right now, no debris signature, but it didn't mean that a debris signature couldn't come back on our radar quickly. Just remember, folks, that a debris signature here in these situations is something where it's too late to take shelter. Because you already have the debris being indicated. That means damage is already in progress. So once you watch that rotation, watch that warning, you got to be taking shelter and taking heed. So we're going to continue to watch. We'll be back by about 9:45 or so. But if something really pops out at us, we'll break back in sooner here in the Weather Center. So just stay tuned, watching things carefully. That tornado warning there, severe thunderstorm warning for that region as well, and a couple of them off toward the west. But thunderstorm warning around Hyra and the areas here around Lenox under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Enigma, Omega, already some wind damage reported in this complex. It looks like with several trees down across the county, at least with some of this from this line, you can kind of say here as we're looking. So it's just very busy, very nasty here in the Weather Center. I'll be back in about 12 minutes. back here in the Weather Center, we're getting some reports now here in the chat. Confirmed tornado on the ground, not too far away. It looks like from Nichols there in parts of Ware County. So that's Nichols, of course, toward Coffee, but the report was coming in a little bit further over, in fact. So watching this carefully, the rotation tightening up there, and maybe a debris signature here around Beach. So not what you want to hear about or see. Tracking this here as we're going to continue to watch things. The tornado warning does go until about 9:45, but it may very well probably will get extended here into ward parts of Pierce County, more of Bacon as well here downstream. So gonna have to continue to watch here very carefully. Right now, this goes for Bacon, at least parts of that county, as well as Coffee, Pearson, Ware, until about 9:45. So just wanted to relay that here. Reports, confirmed tornado, ham radio, not too far away from Nichols here more as we're looking toward Ware County. I'll be back in a couple minutes at about 9:45 with more details. back here in the Weather Center at 9:45 as we continue to watch this tornado warning situation. A new warning out till about 10:15 or so for parts of Bacon, Pierce, and Ware. And if you note the polygon, we're now seeing a little bit of a southerly component, which is interesting. We've noted this in the last few frames here with interdoppler algorithms. Things kind of turning a little down toward the east-southeast. So kind of interesting to see that here, but definitely noting that within the recent radar trends. So unfortunately, more of a threat now for Pierce County here. We were hoping maybe this would kind of move out of our area toward Bacon, but it looks like it's going to be moving back in toward Pierce County here in the next few minutes, and may end up getting into Brantley. We were hoping Brantley was going to be clear of this with more of a northerly easternly component, but now more of that southerly easternly component causes some issues. A crazy, crazy day of severe weather, one that I know in South Florida they'll be talking about for a while, I think, based on all the reports we're getting. Some roads underwater toward Mitchell County even, so really nasty, nasty day. We have our analyzer computer on the case right now, and we'll go ahead and switch you on over here toward our storm relative storm relative velocity. Goodness, storm relative velocity here. Of course, we'll go back to base reflectivity in a moment, but the track now on this as we kind of put it on your screen, you see more toward Patterson now. So we have to be mindful of that potential here. As I'll kind of back this up just a little bit, and you can kind of see the overall aim of this closer toward Patterson as we're tracking it. So got to be mindful of that here in toward parts of Pierce County. We're going to go ahead and zoom back on out now, see if there's any debris with this. Not seeing anything really definitive right now, which is good. But we have to continue to be mindful, continue to stay up to date, of course, here on the very latest information. We're just continuing to watch, continuing to give you the latest details. We have a couple other warnings in play, one toward the south here. This goes here for areas north of Valdosta to about 10:15. Severe thunderstorm located near Hahira, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. And then just again watching the action with the severe thunderstorm warning further up to the north as well. So just a lot going on here in the weather situation across the region. We're just going between some of our different tools, our different technology again. Some of that worst of the rotation showing up in Bacon County at the moment, but again, probably going to go back in toward areas here like Pierce County back in the viewing area in a moment. So we're going to continue to watch, but with it being out of the viewing area for a moment, we'll take another break here in the coverage. But again, be ready in Pierce County. You're going to be watching this maybe move toward Patterson here over the next 30 minutes or so as this storm does move off toward the east, but maybe a little southerly component now here, 50 miles an hour or so. Stick with me. We'll keep you safe. We'll keep you up to date. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. We have another circulation now involving near Haira here in toward Lowndes County, and a tornado warning now in place. So we need folks to take shelter here. This is a circulation that's just evolved over the last few minutes here around Haira. A tornado warning just being prompted by the Weather Service there in toward Tallahassee for parts of areas here like Berrien, Cook, Lanier, and Lowndes until 10:30. At 9:54, the storm capable of producing a tornado is located there in that Haira vicinity. So we're tracking this very carefully. You can see that a little bit better on a different mode of the radar that I pulled up here. You're watching that area of rotation. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on, and you see it'll be near Barrett here over the next little bit. And then in toward Lanier County and the Lakeland vicinity too. So go ahead and be taking those tornado precautions here if you're in this area. It's a tornado warning for southeastern Cook, south central Berrien, as well as Lanier and northern Lowndes until 10:30 with tightening rotation there. Valdosta is going to be just north of there here, really in just the next couple of minutes. Ray City around 10:10. Moody Air Force Base, again, a little north, but about 10:15, and then Lakeland about 10:25. So watching that circulation tighten on up here for sure in that vicinity. And then we have the other circulation in the north here. I know we just got a thunderstorm warning issued in the area, but you have a rotation here, and we need to go ahead and align this for the actual storm motion now. And then we'll put a track on this, and you see going to be moving near Patterson over the next little bit here in toward Pierce County. So 2 tornado warnings, 2 separate areas we're watching with radar indicated circulations now here in toward southern Georgia. You can see we have different areas of rotation. We have the greens and the reds coming together, which will pop back up once again. We have the circulations here where we could be seeing tornadic action near the surface. So we have some winds, 75 miles an hour or so on this storm here to the south. I know I have to reset it. So let's try that again. And that actually shows up a little bit more of a gate-to-gate away here based on the actual motion of this storm. So got to be watching here. We have winds about 70 or so near, it looks like State Road 122. So 2 tornado warnings. We have an area of wind enhancement. Also near Pearson, that might get another warning. We'll just have to wait and see. But it's not as organized right now. It doesn't have a TVS signature, but I know it did a few minutes ago in that general vicinity. As you can see that pop on up there. So right now, possible tornado near Haira. Tracking this very carefully. And the rotation again. Trying to give you the latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. In southern Georgia, we're almost back here at 10 o'clock. So if you're just tuning in for the update, we're on with 2 tornado warnings right now. 1 toward the north, 1 toward the south here. The northern warning goes until 10:15 for parts of Pearson. We're on our viewing circle with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles northeast of Jamestown or 9 miles northwest of Blackshear, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. We're talking about near Bristol here about now. And then here down toward the south, the circulation, tornado warning for parts of Cook County here, as well as Berrien, Lanier, and Lowndes. At 9:54, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Haira, or 8 miles northwest of Valdosta. And in addition to the tornado threat, we could be seeing hail up to about $half size in this area as well. So we have to be careful here. Have to be tracking the latest as it does come on out from the Weather Service. Let's go ahead and make sure everything's set again here. As this rotation tightening on up, we're now getting a 73 mile an hour pixel. May very well get a tornado to evolve here near State Road 122 here in parts of southern Georgia. So go ahead, be inside, be away from windows here. If you're watching this from areas in Lowndes County and Lanier County, but also parts of Berrien and Cook clipped by this here as well. We're seeing the bigger threat toward the south, though, more toward Lowndes and Lanier. We have a circulation here, as indicated by the Doppler radar echoes. We're now getting a report of a possible funnel cloud near Haira about the time the warning was issued. So that would be matching up pretty well. Let's check for debris, maybe a little something there. but it's not definitive at this point. We'll just continue to look in here, see a little bit of something, but again, not definitive at this moment. We'll continue to watch, of course, here as we're tracking this possible tornado here just north of State Road 122 here, in that vicinity, right near it. And then watching the action here further up. Let's rear the line once again. We have the tornado warning continuing here. Pierce County, that's tightening up. Winds over 100 miles an hour now, so in here within our radar technology. So got to be careful in this area, not too far away. It looks like from Bashan here, so that net rotation is showing up really strong. And the net rotation to the south showing up some as well here. Definitely seeing that within our radar algorithms. So have to be cognizant here as we go between the two storms, the two areas of rotation here on a Saturday night. The gate to gate on this over 100 miles an hour. It looks like at this point here, in toward parts of Pierce County. It's pretty rural, but it's not completely rural. As you can see here, looking at the mapping in the general vicinity, we could be having a tornado in this area touching on down. It's pretty far from the radar site, so we won't know for sure, but maybe, I mean, if it was significant, we would, but we'll have to just continue to watch here as things, of course, track here in the vicinity. Again, looking here closer toward Barrett, you see the circulation going to be in toward Barrett within about the next 10 minutes or so. So go ahead and take your tornado precautions around Barrett, because we've had a history now with what happened in Coffee County. It's a more robust tornadic action. I think that was the strongest circulation and tornado we probably saw all day there in southern Georgia, and we don't want anything any stronger than that. And we want you to be ready just in case something does develop that's stronger than that, though, here in the weather center. So just continuing to watch, getting the latest radar scans in. We're just going to make sure we don't have anything in terms of tornadic debris here. Latest scan, I'm not really seeing that too much, but we just got, okay, let's see. We just got a report here of a water spout. Let me double check this here real quick. We just got a report of a confirmed tornado here. So let me double check what we're tracking. So what the Weather Service is saying, a tornado has been observed now, a confirmed water spout just offshore near Bristol. So let's go ahead and check here. We have maybe some bodies of water we're tracking, and this has been indicated here in the vicinity. We've knocked off Bacon and Ware from the warning, but again, a confirmed water spout is what the Weather Service is calling this, which will turn into a tornado probably here in toward parts of Pierce County this evening. So let me go ahead and check with the Weather Service here on what this says here in the statement. Okay, so weather spotters are confirming a water spout moving on shore there in that vicinity. So interesting to note that, and there is maybe a little bit of a lowering now here in the CC values in this area. So now the latest scan kind of changing things around just a little bit, maybe in a little bit different spot even. So let me go ahead and make sure we're aligned here as we get that latest storm motion, and we go ahead and track things out a little bit better. Again, this is headed toward Patterson to be ready to take shelter. Really might want to go ahead and be in shelter around Patterson here. This is moving in that general vicinity. A confirmed water spout, maybe a tornado on the ground here in this area in Pierce County. We're tracking the gate to gate. The winds in the green there going toward the radar. The winds in the red there going away from the Doppler radar technology. This is to the south of State Road 32, to the west of State Road 15. Got to go ahead and be in shelter there around Patterson. Maybe getting a Hortense eventually. We'll have to see exactly with the movement, but watching that. Let's get back down to the south here with the rotation a little weaker now near Barrett's, and that's good, of course. As you can see how tight it was a moment ago, it's broadened out a pretty good bit here near Barrett's. Let's see if there's any lofted debris here. We're not really seeing that right now, so that's good. Hopefully that storm continues to wind on down for the moment, but up toward the north, a confirmed water spout moving on shore of the tornado. Let's get back on up here. We're tracking things. Again, the gate to gate pretty strong in Pierce County. Water spout / tornado about to be crossing State Road 15 here in toward this area. So go ahead, be taking your tornado precautions. In fact, we'll get our tornado safety tips up in the full screen here in just a moment. We have them, of course, in the corner. We've had that up here throughout the day as needed. But now let's go ahead and go over to our tornado warning safety tips. We'll take that full now here with our graphic system as we go ahead and watch things very, very carefully here on a Saturday night. A tornado watch not on play right now. There's thunderstorm watches, thunderstorm watch conditions around, but tornado warning there. We want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet there. So a waterspout confirmed in Pierce County in that vicinity there, just offshore Bristol at 10:03. So be in shelter here in this area. You're just gonna go ahead and want to take your tornado precautions. That circulation pretty tight here. Winds to about 90 miles an hour showing up within the radar algorithms at this point. So let's check on our dropouts if we're getting anything like that now. Checking on the latest scans here. Looks like we just got an update. You're seeing some pretty high wind values. I see a pixel of 83. Not sure if that's valid there, but we're watching it for sure. The rotation very tight in this area. We saw that with our net rotation tracker. But it's moving toward Patterson over the next few minutes. As we warned you guys there, I'm going to go ahead and be taking shelter. Getting the latest scan. That's really ramping up toward Patterson, so we'll need a new tornado warning for Patterson. I would think here. That's it come down in just a second. I don't have a tornado warning for Patterson at the moment, but we'll need a tornado warning for Patterson, it looks like, with the confirmation with that rotation, how it is. Let's check exactly what's going on here as we kind of move around. It's kind of on the edge there with that, and with that we're seeing that tornadic signature moving toward Patterson. Time's running out. Take shelter in Patterson. I know you're not under an official warning for tornadic conditions necessarily. You have the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag, but need to be in shelter in Patterson here, folks. And Offerman as well. Go ahead and be in shelter there because movement could be a little erratic. It looks more like a Patterson type threat though. Take shelter in Patterson here, folks. You're not under an official tornado warning, but as we're getting toward Patterson proper, but go ahead and take shelter there in Patterson in downtown as we have a circulation moving on in from the west here. You're seeing that within our algorithms just in the next couple minutes. Patterson, especially there, I'm going to be watching this. It'll be crossing US 84 here in the next little bit. So a tornado warning in play. Again, seeing that rotation pretty tight within our radar technology. Seeing that here, no debris signature. We did have a confirmed water spout, so that's something that's worth noting here for sure. Just continuing to get the updates here, just checking on our other sources. We're going to check off some other radars here as well as things do continue to come in from the Weather Service. Again, tornado warning toward Patterson here. I know in the chat session they're talking about some different things here. Again, a little bit confused, I think, between chats, but we're talking about, wondering, I know, where maybe the waterspout was, what lake was it on here, in toward the Bristol area. So, going ahead, looking here at the action, that circulation, if there is a tornado on the ground, probably moving out of that tornado warning polygon now. Could also be a situation where we're starting to get a little side lobe contamination here, so that's something you have to worry about, of course, as well. You have to concern yourself with that. As we just got another update here, the chat session, they're continuing to see the thunderstorm watch off toward the west, and let's go ahead and broaden the view out. We haven't done that in a few minutes. I know North Florida has been quiet for a while, but eventually we're going to be seeing stuff come into focus here, come into the overall viewpoint of our northern Florida counties. We'll hope that we're not seeing rotation popping on up to this level, but it's definitely a possibility. So let's go ahead now and switch you on over to the overview. You see here the tornado warning toward Pierce, the one we had to confirm water spout, and then to the south, the radar indicated rotation Cook, Berrien, Lanier, and Lowndes. It's been weaker though on recent frames we were looking at. As we look here at a rotation tracker though, we're seeing something pop on up. So let me go ahead and check here. Go between some of our systems once again, make sure we're not losing and missing anything here. So I'm gonna go down on this as things maybe ramping up. We're not sure though. Sometimes this might give us a false reading, and it may be doing that at this point. I think we had something there. It's pretty broad though in the Lakeland area right now, so that's the good news. I think that's just a false reading. Our system will sometimes do that here as we're watching the overall situation. So let's go back over to our analyst, or actually let's go to our, yeah, okay, we have analyst up now. So let's go ahead and go into there. We're watching that action very carefully. Of course, we're looking at our level 3 there for a moment too. But over toward our analyst software now, you'll be able to see what's happening here with the storminess in the Hahira Lakeland area. Broad rotation, but maybe some winds pretty strong reaching the surface. We'll just have to wait and see. And then up toward the north, we're watching some wind here closer toward Patterson, maybe a tornado in that vicinity. I'm surprised there's not a warning in play for Patterson, so go ahead and take shelter anyway, just to be safe. I know you're under a thunderstorm warning, but could have a circulation. Moving on into Patterson here. Gonna go ahead and want to be in shelter, of course, with that spin within the radar algorithm. So it could be maybe contamination, but I'm just surprised we haven't had a warning issued because this is out of the polygon now. So if they're going to issue a tornado warning, probably should have already seen that come on down. But the Weather Service is very busy. They haven't said anything about this, but maybe they think it's not actually reaching the ground at this point here. Maybe there's some contamination. We're not looking lower to the surface, so you never know here what could be happening here in this vicinity around Patterson. But we're still watching it. We're still tracking it for you here in the Weather Center. We're at almost 10:15 now on this Saturday night. Meteorologist Casey Cloud. We're going to go ahead and broaden the view back out now. You see the heavy rainfall, the flash flood warnings, I know, flooding up toward the Tipton area with vehicles stranded even there near Chula. Report coming in a little while ago there with street and road closures in play there, and then highways underwater in Mitchell County. We talked about that earlier as well, but ultimately this line's going to get closer in toward northern Florida. That'll be here as we get to the overnight hours. So if you're watching from Stark, Gainesville, just make sure you have ways to get warnings. You know, the threat further to the south, especially south of I-10, shouldn't be as robust per se, but we still have to remain on guard here because you never know. You just never know. You have to have those ways to get alerts because it'll be overnight. You'll be sleeping and you want to know what's happening if you need to take action here. There's a severe thunderstorm watch. Just a severe thunderstorm watch, so a little bit different situation than when we have a tornado watch in play theoretically, but we're still getting the tornado warning to pop as we just got the expiration on the tornado warning. It looks like here for Pierce County, it just popped up or a board here. So that's good. They must have thought this was just some side lobe contamination here at this point. So that's some good news. That's the case there. We'll continue to watch that though and listen to what the Weather Service has to say as we look toward the south. Not much rotation either here right now toward Lanier County, but there is some wind enhancement as I go ahead and switch over. Make sure we give you the latest look at things here toward areas there around US 221. We're watching some of that, though it shows up different based on different angles here within our wind velocity technology. That's something, of course, you have to factor in as well. So a tornado warning still for parts of Berrien, Cook, Lanier, and Lowndes, but we're not as concerned about that right now, so we'll go ahead and take a break in the coverage. Be back by 10:30 unless something else pops up that we need to let you know about here. So stick with me. We're going to be here as long as it takes to keep everybody safe. Back with you here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch some of our different tools here. We kind of look under the hood here at some of these storms that have been on here for a very long time with this covered, and we still have some storms here in southern Georgia. The accent will be pushing on through here and then getting into northern Florida before it finally moves on out, but we're still a while away from that. But the overall threat should at some point here start to go on down some more. Maybe you're already seeing that a little bit, but I don't want to let your guard down yet because we still have some pretty favorable parameters here in southern Georgia, as there is some weak rotation here toward Brantley County, also Wayne, which is out of our viewing area, but Brantley here starting to move out of Pierce, but getting over toward Glenn County as well. Some rotation, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. We'll just have to watch to see if something can spin up here in this area. We'll be paying attention, of course. You have that hail threat in there as well. And another severe storm warning down to the south. We did have a tornado warning that did get dropped, but you got to be mindful here that things can change in a hurry. And in fact, we're starting to maybe see a spin up here. Let's go over toward our NLS computer again. We have that back here in our system. We'll go ahead and show you that right now. You'll be able to see what we're talking about. Maybe a TDS trying to get going, not too tight, but there is something there north of DuPont. Let's go ahead and kind of make sure we go ahead and look at this with the motion of the storm taken into account here. And you see some of that wind. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning yet, but there's something interesting there. Okay, maybe a brief lowering, and we're close to the radar, so it might just be an enhancement of wind even doing something like this, but something to watch here. We'll watch to see if that expands here over the next couple of minutes on the next scans. But you see here storm relative velocity not really matching up too much with that, but as you go back it kind of does match up a little bit, so that's interesting to see here. But the latest rotational scan weakens down some, so kind of interesting to take that into consideration here. I believe, just looking now at that's 28 after the hour. Our scan at 28 after the hour didn't really have that, but at 31 it did, and at that point it starts to move off. So it may not actually be anything. You just have to kind of look, in here sometimes to see how things correlate. So just at least to see the thunderstorm warning in play, though. It's been a very active period. We've been on since before 9 a.m. this morning. So just trying to stick with you here and give you the very best information that we can at this hour, this late hour, at this point. This warning from northwestern Clint is for 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail, and a possible tornado, weak tornado maybe trying to evolve there. The possible storm there that's capable of producing those severe conditions was located over Lakeland at that point there as we're tracking things. And then as we go back toward the north, you have some more storminess as well. So since we don't have active tornado warnings, so we could get one here pretty soon. We'll go off until 11, regroup here as we're watching some of this maybe come together into more of a line type scenario as it dips on down. A little bit more of a squall line type scenario potentially, though. You may end up seeing a situation where things don't come together that strongly. We'll just have to wait and see here as we continue to watch. We have severe thunderstorm watches in play till 1 a.m. As we're looking. Let's go ahead and reset because going on for so long. I know things kind of change. I know occasionally I might slur a word or two here, folks. It's just because we've been on for 13 hours or so, and after a while it's kind of hard to keep on talking here, but we're trying to keep you up to date, folks. Severe thunderstorm watch scenario, just one at this point really in play. We've started to see some of those northwestern counties cleared out. We might see local extensions or some type of extension to the south, but the scenario might not require that. But the severe thunderstorm watch goes till 1 a.m. in southern Georgia. This for you guys that are wondering out there for reference. You see this, a pink area, that's till 1 a.m. Just one watch at this point. So that's something to kind of clarify there as well. Nothing else toward the north in terms of watches. We had some really nasty weather around Atlanta impacting the FSU baseball game, which is going to finish up tomorrow. In fact, there are multiple rounds of that nasty weather there in North Georgia as the conditions, though, improving there. But in South Georgia, still flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings in play. But it looks like things are a little tamer. Still can't rule out a tornado warning or two popping on up, though, as we've alluded to. So we'll continue to watch and just again have those ways to get those alerts even in north central Florida just in case, because you never know here. We'll go back over to analyst and kind of analyze the situation one more time. You see here some areas of rotation I'll pop up or look here at the northern area here. The wind, you kind of see this broad areas of rotation. We'll continue to track that. And in the south here, looking at this, you see some wind enhancement, but things don't look maybe as tight as they did a moment or two ago here. So that's good. Some pretty strong winds moving toward the Homerville area. We've seen quite a few power outages here reported, and there's so many damage reports here and there throughout the day, of course. Maybe the most significant, a tornado there going through Coffee County, Georgia here just a little while ago. We were tracking that live as it was touching down. You saw the debris signature here on our algorithm. So something that's definitely always important to take note of, take heed of. And we'll now go ahead and switch you back over to the broad view. You see here the watch continuing to 1 a.m. still. In fact, I think we just did clear out some more counties, which is always nice to see when those parameters aren't really in play anymore. You always kind of want to be able to get in that type of scenario here. As the energy to the south here a little bit more. Some tornado parameters still on the board. Interesting to see some pretty high values here. So we were to get enough energy to kind of interact with this area that we're tracking with the warning here around Homerville. We'll just have to watch to see if something ramps back up on us. But hopefully we won't see enough of the parameters coming together in actuality there. And that would be some good news, as it's been, again, a active period. And the power outage numbers in Georgia will reflect that to some extent here, as we haven't looked at these in a while. And just seeing some of those numbers pretty high, more than doubled since the last time we looked. It's been a while, a few hours, but we'll go ahead and pop this on up. You see here, Decatur, not that many, and not that many in some of our southern counties, really. A lot of these are going to be near the Atlanta region. Over 1,000 in Coffee, where we had a tornado hit the mobile home park. But further up toward the north, you see these are highly populated counties, so the percentages don't reflect it as much, but the number of customers out are pretty high here toward Atlanta. You see some of these different counties here in the thousands in terms of customers in the dark right now. So something interesting to note there in parts of northern Georgia. We'll keep track of things. We'll be back here by about 11 unless something ramps up or we need to break back in sooner with the latest information here in the Weather Center as 2 severe thunderstorm warnings continue for parts of southern Georgia till 11, one for Clint's, another for parts of Brantley, Glenn, Pierce, and Wayne, I'm sorry, Wayne County. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour. I know we had a tornado warning in play earlier, but I'll go ahead and take that super off. Is now down to some severe thunderstorm warnings here in the picture. And in fact, let's switch on over here from one mode of the Doppler to another as we try to give you the very latest information, of course, here with some of this. You see the severe thunderstorm warning continuing here around areas of Lanier and Lowndes until about 11:30 or so. I got an enhancement of wind energy here. It looks like near Fortress Circle, for instance. So something interesting to take note there. Take note of there, and then you have some wind enhancement here further off toward the east as well in Ware County, south central Pierce as well as southwestern Brantley, central Ware, north central Clinton, northwestern Charlton until 11:45. A severe thunderstorm located over Argyle, moving east at 55. Waycross as well as Argyle, Boggy Bay, Manor, getting even into Ward Fort Mudd, Race Pond, Needham under this severe thunderstorm warning as well. So we'll continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. Things a little calmer. But as I say that, of course, we get an update with the severe thunderstorm warning here. Tornado possible tag within that. Still seeing that potential here of some weak rotation. Nothing really nasty, but we did just get a report of some quarter-size hail around Homerville. So that is interesting to take note of here. Maybe just in the word that new warning polygon that was this issue. So hopefully we won't need another warning issue there. But we're watching the action. I know we're also seeing a significant weather advisory toward parts of Leon. I know Leon, northern Leon getting the action earlier, but starting to see some of that sinking south a little bit with the movement. Winds up to 50 there as we're kind of dipping down a little bit, but not too much yet here with the overall scenario as the winds and the storms extending from near I-75 to exit 16 and equipment to 9 miles southwest of Monticello. So we'll continue to watch here, to continue to track things. The action not really terrible on that in the moment, but we do have two warnings on the board here. But thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warnings, even though there's a tornado possible tag. We had that super up for a tornado warning earlier that was in play, but continuing a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Brantley, Charlton, Clinton, Pearson, Ware until 11:45. That is the eastern warning and the western warning for parts of Lanier and Lowndes until 11:30. We'll be back by about 11:30 unless we have more information when we need to pop one sooner. So stick with me here in the Weather Center. Coming back on just before 11:30 now, as we're seeing some really strong wind being indicated on the Doppler radar here near Homerville now. Seeing some really bright colors, so we wanted to go ahead and break in the Weather Service and my radar estimates are showing winds in that 70 to 75 mile an hour range here, right around it looks like as we kind of get down a little bit further. Cutting Road, for instance, getting into some of this wind and going to be tracking this off toward Clarence Smith Road here. So the report's also indicating the wind's just picking up now in Homerville proper. So we'll go ahead and put our mouse on right now. We'll see what we're talking about in this vicinity here. Again, the really bright colors indicative of winds, maybe about hurricane force in those gusts now. I'm really seeing this pick up on the Doppler as we're getting a little bit better look at things as it moves away from the Doppler radar technology, as it can kind of get at an optimal height really to detect those winds. And getting some more information in now here in the chat session here of just what else is going on. We had some damage there towards Lowndes County as well, as this morning being continued at 12 a.m. here for parts of Charlton, Clinton, Eccles, and Ware. So that really high wind potential is occurring in that area. The chat here a moment ago is talking about several trees and power lines down there in Lowndes County from the storm. Getting a better visual on it now based on our radar imagery here, looking off toward the east of the radar site. And also seeing here in the chat, looks like from that tornadic situation earlier on Douglas, as I zoom on out some, this was reported at 11:09 as thunderstorm wind damage, but I'm assuming we're talking about a tornado where we had trees and power lines down there near Paradise Lane, an overturned vehicle in the ditch, and as of the latest report here, and this makes me think this report from 11:09 is really about what happened earlier, as the occupant of the vehicle cannot currently be reached due to the down power line. So that's probably from earlier, but that report being relayed, and it's just taking a long time, and at that point, not able to get them out. So not a good situation there up toward Coffee County, about 6 miles southwest of Douglas, where we had that debris signature there a couple of hours ago within our radar algorithms. So again, though, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are tracking in southern Georgia right now. We're at 11:30, continuing our storm coverage here on this Saturday night. We've been on for almost 15 hours now, giving you the latest information as the winds are racing here to the east over a large area from Homerville southward along 441 here. That's a really high area in terms of those wind values, showing up pretty close to the surface as power outages are now being reported in the north end of the county here. So that's something to take note of as well. Getting some really strong wind in that vicinity, showing up within the Doppler radar algorithms. You don't see it much on rotation tracker, but on the straight line wind tracker, you can kind of get an idea that's about to be crossing and moving over 441 here in Clinton County. So really strong, maybe destructive, or at least winds that are capable of producing considerable damage here in toward the Homerville, DuPont areas. Really talking about maybe what already occurred toward DuPont, but more about what could be occurring right now in the Homerville vicinity. Speaking of just what's occurred here in southern Georgia tonight, we have seen a high level of rainfall in terms of those amounts. You can see here as we look further up, just incredible numbers really. These whites are estimates here in that 10-11 inch range here, getting toward parts of Coffee County, Irwin County 8-9 inches here, Tipton 8 inches or so, 7-8 inches toward Worth County, maybe a 9 inch here or there. So you kind of get the idea of really significant pocket of rain. And as you look here, you see the delineation north and south of I-10. Nothing here really south of I-10 today for the most part. So we'll start to see some of that later on, but things shouldn't be as significant to the south. But with that being said, you still want to have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case something spins up real quick, or maybe you get a thunderstorm warning where you need to go ahead and move to a safer place in your house, something like that. And of course, we'll be covering things as needed as we look toward north central Florida and northeast Florida. And now we're at about, it looks like 11:32. Now, on our next update here at midnight, we'll make a decision on how we want to do things, because we will need to end the stream at that update relatively quickly before we reach that 8 hours there, or 8 hour limit on the streaming on each of the different videos. We'll make a decision if we want to start another stream back pretty quickly based on how things are looking, or if we'll just go ahead and cut in if warranted during the night. And of course, if we do that, you can go to cloudweather.com/radar. If for some reason maybe we don't have to cut in, I would expect we probably will, but you never know. Things are unpredictable. Maybe we'll just lose the parameters a little quicker than we're anticipating. And if that were to happen, we don't get any more warnings there after midnight. And cloudweather.com/radar would be the place to go, even with some strong storms, not necessarily severe action coming on through. But definitely could have a severe threat here. I'll go ahead and broaden the view out. If we can go ahead and switch you on over to our GR Earth computer right now, and we'll see what's happening on that. Let's go ahead and show you here our viewpoint of the severe thunderstorm watch that goes to 1 a.m. in southern Georgia, and then our overall risk here for severe weather is a slight one, as we're looking mainly north of I-10, but it extends down south toward Tallahassee some. The tornado threat's still there as well. We'll see if anything fills in out out that way. Not really sure on that, but as we look toward the wind threat, you also see that maybe more something like that coming together in toward that squall line type formation. But some of the models I was looking at a little earlier weren't really showing that as much, so that's something to take into consideration as well. We'll zoom back up in towards southern Georgia now. You see our two severe thunderstorm warning polygons in play. Homerville, some hail a little while ago there, and just seeing some pretty nasty lightning still. I see a significant weather advisory just issued there for parts of Bacon, Brantley, some of these other counties as well, Applin, Atkinson, Coffee, Glen, Ware, Pierce, Wayne till 12:30, and that's because we have some higher wind values showing on up, but maybe not reaching that severe criteria. So that's something we'll kind of watch for here over the next little bit. See exactly what areas might get under different types of alerts here from the different offices. So we'll kind of look. I know the action toward Waycross isn't as robust here as the action in Clinton County, which is in a maybe more favorable area here. That's something that we're seeing within our systems as we go ahead. I know our energy values kind of show that, and so do our tornado parameters to some extent as well, though as I say that, we've seen that shift over just a little bit, so that's how things can go, because you see our latest update actually has that shifting over some more toward the other axis, but we're not getting as good of a combination really of values there off toward the east, so that's worth noting here as things still change fluidly, even though we're approaching 15 hours of coverage here on this day that people in South Florida are going to remember for a while, because we've seen just numerous reports in that region. I'll go ahead and broaden the view back out. We can't put them all on the screen right now, but I can kind of pull some of these up here in our system. There's just so many reports, and these aren't even going to be all of them. I mean, we might have more to come, and just some that haven't even come into the system, but I mean, this is just an incredible number. Now, in terms of tornadic action, we talked about what was happening there around the Bear Creek Mobile Home Park. That's the only one that's been put into the Storm Prediction Center system so far, but we'll have to watch to see how that goes, even though we've had some other tornado warnings at debris signature. I haven't seen that come necessarily across as something 100% definitive of a tornado, I don't believe. I know it's been a long day, so I may be forgetting something here. Bear with me if I am, but it doesn't seem like we've had anything really, except at the beginning. We had the debris signatures here at the very beginning this morning that were coming into focus, but nothing maybe that we've seen enough damage from to really kind of cross locate per se. That we did have a situation where a tornado may have touched down toward Ware County, another one there that might have touched down toward Otero, which we'll get to here in a moment. But in terms of hail reports, we had one in Baker County, Georgia, 1 mile north of Newton. That was 1.75 inches in diameter. Colquitt County there, 1 inch in diameter. Tift County around Tipton. This was this morning, a report about 1 inch in diameter. Lenox and Cook County there, Lenox there about inch size. Jackson County out of the area, a little over about maybe golf ball size, a little over that severe criteria in that form. Atkinson County, Willacoochee area, inch-size hail. Coffee County, inch-size hail. Far northern Leon, even though Tallahassee hadn't really seen anything today, far northern Leon had a 2-inch size hail report earlier there, right near the Florida-Georgia line. Then Metcalf and Thomas County, 2 to 3-inch size hail there. Grady County, Beachton with that storm, that really nasty storm there. Again, seeing some of that being reported, golf ball size hail there. Brooks County, 2-inch size hail south of Quitman, 1-inch size hail on Valdosta Regional Airport, 1.25-inch size hail in Lowndes County there, 1 mile west of Lake Park. 2.5 inch size hail tennis ball there in Eccles County in the Statenville area, where some tennis ball size hail actually damaged vehicles with broken windows and dents on top of a car being reported. Hamilton County, 1.75 inch size hail. And then as we get over toward Alabama, some reports out of our area. Those were kind of in the timeline there for a little while with some of the accident that was more robust there. Looking down here on our list, had quite a few of these, and we got toward, it looks like, areas here that kind of keep scrolling. We had Tipp County there, 1.75 inches in the second type of event coming on through. And then Clinch County with inside hail here. So definitely interesting to see here in the chat. That's some other information come out as well with some water over a roadway there in the Douglas Nichols area too. I know they're trying to clean things up in that general vicinity, but just seeing these different reports here, may have missed something, but you get the idea. And then the wind reports now toward areas, it looks like, of even this morning we were getting into Miller County a partial roof collapse due to high winds. Clay County, Georgia, Fort Gaines, trees and power lines down. The Blakely area, multiple trees and power lines down. Lee County, a roof or maybe even multiple roofs blown off. The Stocks area was closed due to the storm damage there with the trees down in the vicinity. Terrell County, line of twisted and broken trees for about a half a mile or so. A house had a large tree dropped through the middle, but no injuries, and that could have been a possible tornado. And Dougherty County, trees down off of Gillenville near the Albany State West Campus, and also reported debris along Sylvester Road past Mock Road in Dougherty County. Colquitt County, a tree damage report there just north of Indian Lake. Cook County, a tree area, or actually multiple trees, I should say, down on Godwin Road. And toward Atkinson County, multiple trees knocked down there. Early County, numerous trees down along Highway 39. Ware County, tree down on a mobile home from thunderstorm winds. Maybe a tornado there. Radar indicated a collapsing cell, but tornado may have occurred according to the ham operators. We broke in for that earlier. Trees and power lines down after a storm patch there in toward parts of Decatur County. Brooks County there, several trees down, mostly in the southern part of that county. Jefferson County around Asheville, trees down in the roadway. Also getting a report in there from earlier of the tree down in toward areas that block the southbound lane there of one of the different roads. Then numerous trees down in Madison County, the Greenville, Cherry Lake, Lovett area, or Lovett if you pronounce that a different way there. Tree down on Little Cat Road. And just even more reports here. I mean, this keeps going on and on, Roy. Here you can go to the SBC's website as we continue to go over some of this. Maybe even want to just follow along here as I'm reading some of this information too. There's so many different reports here in toward the vicinity. Hamilton County, we had homes damaged and numerous trees down in a mobile home park there. Also in the Jasper area, we had some trees down on homes. Nassau County here in Florida, we had a tree down along US 1 near Callahan. Report there of a wire down on Jonas Drive in Nassau County. Some more reports from back earlier than that in Jefferson. Then we had in Baker County, Georgia, Newton, trees and power lines down. Mitchell County, trees down and in the road there in Mitchell County. We had some more reports toward Tipp County where several trees fell this evening. And then Clay County, Georgia, scattered trees down there. A lot of reports in North Georgia here too, out of our area. We had Irwin County, a tree down in Ocella. Several trees down across the county there. Report coming in from the Omega area as we're looking. And then Coffee County, Georgia, we talked about what's happened there. So just seeing some more reports come on in now. In fact, here as the Weather Service is talking about, some of these still getting into the system. In fact, here, so a new warning was just issued. This goes until 12:30 now for parts of Brantley as well as Ware, Clinton, Charlton. So we'll watch that and see if it kind of winds down before midnight or so. If it doesn't, probably have to start another stream up with the coverage here. We'll make that decision at midnight. So a new warning in play now. We're looking at some different radars here in the Weather Center. That pretty strong wind moving over relatively rural parts of Ware County right now. As it does track on into the picture a little bit further. We'll just have to continue to see as we're seeing some of the wind come into focus, even in Clinch County again, as well, it seems, based on our radar echoes. So, nasty, nasty stuff overall. And we'll be back here about midnight with more from Mason. Stay tuned. back here in the Weather Center, cutting back in just before midnight as we go between some of our different computers. I want to switch over to our analyst system right now. It'll have the latest information. I know we've been watching some of that wind energy as we're looking up there now. We are seeing a little bit of weak rotation. This is not a severe warm storm at the moment, but we're going to zoom in toward the Brunswick area right now to see what's happening, because we are seeing some weak rotation here in that general vicinity right now. That's kind of worth noting here. We're seeing some of this in toward areas of Glenn County. So let's go ahead. I'll take off our severe thunderstorm warning super for now, so we kind of just know that it's not under any type of warning, but we are seeing a little weak circulation near Dock Junction. Our rotation tracker's picking that up here right near US 25, and we're seeing a little bit of gate to gate as well. So this will be off the coast pretty soon, but just want to give you a heads up here in case something tries to develop around Sea Island in that general vicinity here. So just kind of giving that heads up here. Toward parts of Glenn County with some weak rotation there being noted by the Doppler radar algorithms. Now off toward the west, we're seeing some different areas here. Let me try that again there. We're taking a look at some of the wind off toward the west here. Now we are seeing severe thunderstorm warnings in play. We have an area of wind here off toward US 441 in parts of Clinch County. Another enhancement here as we're looking toward parts of Charlton County. Both of these in rural areas. So the plan here is, unless we get a tornado warning or another type of warning, we'll go off here in just a few minutes, a little past midnight, with the coverage, and then we'll only come back on if we get another warning issued, which probably will happen, I would think, at some point in our region, at some juncture here, some part of our area. So we're just going to continue to watch here, give you the latest information, but if for some reason we don't have to come back, cloudweather.com/radar will be the place to go here. But since this is going into a more rural area right now, we're going to wait to see what the Weather Service does, and then come back if we get another warning here, or another warning in terms of a severe thunderstorm type situation or a tornado warning type situation. As the Weather Service is also talking about, the recent trend is for the stronger, deeper storms to continue to press offshore of the southeastern Georgia coast through about 1 a.m. with the low-level jet core. So good chance might have to cut back in here over the next hour or so, and then maybe something will kind of wind down after that. That'd be some good news overall, but still, just giving that heads up here, you might have to cut back in. Hopefully we don't have to, but with this going more into a more populated area, may get another warning or two to pop from the Weather Service here. They probably want to play it on the safe side, I would think, with this. Is isolated storm according to the Storm Prediction Center, or two of them maybe even, could still intensify mainly near and north of the northeast Florida and Georgia border vicinity through about 1 a.m., posing a risk for locally damaging wind gusts or perhaps a tornado, but an additional watch is not anticipated. There has been some continued veering, as we were just talking about, Roy, with the overall parameters, with the scenario here, fairly broad 850 millibar jet. Talking about that with the increasingly west to southwesterly component. The latest rapid refresh there it does suggest that the jet core is now in the process of shifting east off the Georgia coast there, but the speeds remain on the order of 40 to 50 knots. So west-southwestern accent there, we're talking about that in the overall parameters. Now, one associated confluent Jones remains a force for vigorous convective development now. So we're going to still watch, and that's why we're still not going to let our guard down here. But right now we're down to one severe thunderstorm warning Polygon. This is for parts of Brantley, Ware, Clinch, and Charlton. It is now for 70-mile-an-hour wind potential, so that's something we have to watch out for. And again, if this gets reissued down the line, we'll come back on. But we have to cut the stream off before 8 hours, or I just keep it going. But we'll just go off. If we don't get another warning, we won't come back on. But just getting information in now as I zoom back on out a little bit. To the broad view that there is higher surface-based instability that continues to nose inland from the Gulf across the Swanee River Valley. So stronger storms will still be possible after midnight here, and the potential for damaging winds and even isolated tornado can't be really ruled out. So we might have to be back on like we've talked about, and we will be if need be with more warnings in play. The watch goes to 1, more isolated accent after that, and in fact, we just got a new warning until 12:45, so We're getting close to the time frame here where this coverage will end, and there's a tornado possible tag on that warning. So this makes things kind of interesting here. Looking in the chat room, this will pop up on the screen in just a second. This warning for parts of Brantley, Camden, Charlton, Glen until 12:45. As this gets closer to the coast, we'll just have to see how things kind of evolve here. And I thought we might wait a little longer on issuing this, but they gone ahead and issued it earlier on. So we'll kind of look at this and evaluate things over the next few minutes with this. The wind potential a little lower with some of the action, but the warning is for severe thunderstorm 7 miles east of Hickok there, or 7 miles southeast of Nahunta. So it's actually for another area here that we're tracking. As we just got our latest scanner, and it looks a little bit weaker now. So let me go ahead, since we're still on with this, we may go ahead and kind of talk about how we're going to do things if another warning gets issued after this, because we still have a couple minutes to talk about this. So let me go ahead and go over toward our other system now. You can see we have a little bit of wind enhancement southeast of Nahunta. Maybe a little bit of gate to gate was thrown up there a moment ago in the area. Still seeing a little bit of that maybe. But as I back things up, you can kind of see maybe a little bit more of that here in general. Still got to watch though. There's something there, weak rotation, so that could be a bit of an issue as it just kind of varies based on that storm motion overall. So a little bit more rotating off toward the east, I think there. Something that's interesting to note, of course, as we look here, chances of some hail. Not seeing too much of that overall for the severe criteria, but 2 severe thunderstorm warnings now. The one for the rural area relatively, though, impacting areas there around Winnaker. You see some of the action from the west coming in, but the area here off toward the east is for some rotation, some wind enhancement southeast of Nahunta, and we'll track that on off here over the next little bit. This will be moving closer toward Brunswick, it looks like, so that's something to track. And what I think we're going to do right now, we'll go off. And since we've had this warning, talked about it some here, we won't come back on us. We get another warning after this one. But this is for northern Camden, as well as central Glen, southeastern Brantley, northeastern Charlton, until 12:45. At 12:01, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles east of Hickok here, or about 7 miles southeast of Nahunta, moving east at about 40. So we have Brunswick, Woodbine, Dock Junction, Country Club Estates, Waverly, Waynesville, Jekyll Island, Tarboro, and Dover Bluff under this, and just be in that interior room as a quick spin up could occur. Hail about 1 inch in diameter and some 60-mile-an-hour winds possible as well. Another hail threat really isn't showing up too much on here though, which is always good. You have to kind of look down some, not like what we were getting here earlier on this, but just going to continue to toggle between some of our different tools here as we're looking at some of this wind here. Not really strong, but this could tighten up pretty quick. So we'll be here in the Weather Center. We'll cut in if needed. But I'm going to wrap the coverage for now. Thanks so much for trusting me. We still have 2 warnings in play. One here off toward the west till 12:30. The other till 12:45, including Brunswick and including Woodbine as well, as we're just kind of accounting for the overall accent, even though the warning's more to the north, I think. I think that's what they're doing. So, again, if another warning issued, will come on pretty quickly. Imminently, if it's a tornado warning, of course, with another stream. But for now, thanks so much for trusting me. You can get those instant warnings, clouds_WX on Twitter, and cloudweather.com there, /radar. I'll also give you a look here at our interactive radar as we see some of that storminess eventually get here in north central Florida. It may or may not be severe. Of course, if it's severe, we'll be cutting in to keep everybody safe out there.